Am I here? Okay.
Same.
It's 7 p.m., so we're going to call the meeting to order. Clerk Kalanga, please call the roll.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxon,
Present.
Mayor Brown,
Present.
Councilmember Sweet,
Present.
Councilmember Tucson,
Present.
Councilmember D. Simmons,
Present.
Councilmember J. Simmons,
Present.
Councilmember King.
Present.
All present, there is a quorum.
All right. Please stand as you're able for a moment of silence in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right. Good evening, everyone. I will entertain a motion to approve the agenda.
So moved.
Is there support?
Support.
Any updates or changes to the agenda? Councilmember D. Simmons.
Yes, I'd like to, where is it? I have a couple of questions about the Washtenaw County Dispatch Services. So I'd like to move that out of the consent agenda. So I'd like to make a motion to move the conversation about the Washtenaw County for dispatch services, to move it out of the consent agenda.
Oh, you don't have to make a motion. We can just move it.
Oh, we can just move it?
But clerk, should we move it all the way to LM? Or you all, is it okay if it goes to the end? Or do you want it to, that's fine.
It don't matter.
All right, we'll move it to the end. So C will now be M on our resolutions, motions, and discussions. Any other changes, updates about the agenda? All right, seeing none, all in favor of the agenda as amended?
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? All right, good evening, everyone. This is now our opportunity for audience participation. You will have 3 minutes to address council, so please, we're gonna start with the list as the clerk is gonna grab that sheet. When your name is called, you can approach the podium, give us your name and your address if you are comfortable, and then proceed. There'll be a timer there that you can take a look at, and you'll see your 3 minutes and it'll go off when your time is up. And then we'll move to those on Zoom who are attending virtually who would also like to provide comment. And so the first on our list here, 1 second. But our first will be Dr. Farmer, Cheryl Farmer.
Good evening, Cheryl Farmer, 214 North Huron Street. I'm here to advocate for the beautiful historic barn on the north side of the property at 206 North Huron Street. When this property was originally platted, the lot went all the way down to the Huron River. So, built into the hillside, this 4-story building is fieldstone at the level of Riverside Park, brick at the level of my backyard, and frame for 2 stories beginning at the level of the street, North Huron Street. It was condemned as unsafe in 2015, and Mr. Tom Manchester did nothing to stabilize it. It was still condemned when Mr. Ian Greenlee bought the property, and so far the only thing Mr. Greenlee has done to the barn is remove the condemned sign from the door. There has been no attempt to even keep a proper coat of paint on the wooden levels, much less any effort to stabilize the foundational elements. So this historic barn continues on a path to demolition by neglect, and shame on our city for allowing it. I've brought this property to the attention of the building department on several occasions. This is the heart of the historic district. We established this district to preserve our history. We're celebrating 200 years of history with our bicentennial this year. Why are we not requiring action? This year, in honor of our bicentennial, let's do what we can to save this building while it can still be saved. And I'd like to point out that if Mr. Greenlee can't afford the work that needs to be done, the property could be split off from the house and sold. And in England, they use all kinds of outbuildings as housing. And it's charming. And you drive through the countryside and you're thinking you're looking at all these pastoral vistas. And it turns out that the people who live there had told me, well, a lot of those oast houses and barns and things are actually homes now because they wanted to preserve the look of this countryside, but to give people an opportunity to turn them into very cool housing. This could be a very cool house overlooking the Huron River. So help us save it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Mr. Rajabi. Good evening.
Good evening. Before I start, there is a sinkhole on Pearl Street, and this is what happened to me. Be careful if you're driving on. I don't know if they fixed it or not. I'm not here to talk to the city council members because for the past 6 years, I have done all the talking, telling them about the atrocities the city has committed against me, and the city officials, the city council members have done nothing, absolutely nothing. I'm here to give you some free pieces of advice. Do not challenge the city, even if you know you're right. I challenged the city and I lost 2 of my properties. In 2017, I complained to the city council angrily about the water being shut off to my property, despite the fact that I owed not 1 single penny. The city retaliated by barring me from going to the city hall to conduct my business as a landlord. I sued the city for violating my First Amendment right. Unfortunately, I got the coronavirus twice and could not defend my case in the court. The case was dismissed. The city retaliated by going out of its way because I had sued them not to issue me certificate of occupancy. Every step that I took, the city pushed me several steps back. As a result, I lost my rental properties. Those rental properties were supposed to be my retirement subsidiary or whatever. $1,000 a month is not enough to make a living in this country. I have talked to Mr. Myers several times about my issues, but he always took the side of his inspection staff. I filled out a Freedom of Information Act, Freedom of Information form asking for Mr. Myers' resume. The response was that it was not on file. How is it possible for the Director of Planning and Development not to have a resume on file? I call it stonewalling. I want to prove that Mr. Myers has no management skills, therefore, he's not qualified for the job. My next Freedom of Information form will be for how many businesses have lost their business in the city of Ypsilanti. Do you see how I am dressed? This is how I go to bed because I cannot afford to pay for the heat and also pay my taxes.
Thank you, Mr. Rajabi. Next, we have Richard Katon. Katon, I'm sorry. Oh, okay. No problem. Thank you. Michael Appel? Is it Appel? Good evening.
Good evening. Thank you for your time. My name's Michael Apple. I'm a staff person at Avalon Housing, and I wish to just say a few words about Resolution 31 that you'll be discussing this evening concerning the process you're going to use for consideration of a request for a pilot payment in lieu of taxes for a redevelopment work at 206 210 North Washington Street. And I want to start by thanking you for your support and confidence in initially trusting Avalon to move this project forward at such an important location and with such an important shared goal to create more affordable, supportive housing. Since you've selected us to provide affordable housing on the site, we've worked hard to live up to that trust. Our plans have recently been supported by Ypsilanti's Historic District Commission, as well as the Planning Commission, and we'll be returning to the Historic District Commission with our final construction plans again in the future. A request to you for a pilot is critical to the financing, and we understand that foregoing revenue is a difficult decision and a powerful statement of your commitment to providing citizens with affordable housing options. We also understand the importance of the CBO process. We hope that with all of our units affordable under 60% of area median income, and at least 8 of those units affordable to residents under 30%, we're bringing forward a proposal very much in line with the goals of your CBO ordinance. Time is important to us, and we are likely to be submitting an application around April 1st, for which having the pilot in place will make the proposal more competitive. If you believe our proposal is consistent enough with the goals of the CBO process and are able to approve the pilot prior to April, we would appreciate that opportunity to submit the most competitive funding application possible. We remain committed to moving the project forward regardless. It may take longer if we don't have a pilot this time around, but we wanted to both thank you for the opportunity to work with you on the project and give you a sense of why we were bringing the pilot forward now. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, we have Yvonne Cudney. Good evening.
Good evening. Nice to see you all again. I'm Yvonne Cudney. I work with the Housing Bureau for Seniors, and I'm a resident of the city of Ypsi. I'd like to thank you all for increasing the poverty exemption income guidelines to 30% of the area median income a couple of weeks ago, as well as changing the asset limits. This is almost double what they were before. This change has the potential to positively affect approximately 100 single-person households in the city, but it won't do them much good if they don't know about it. So therefore, I was wondering if it's possible to send out a notice of the change in guidelines with property tax bills, along with information about how to apply for the exemptions when that time comes. On a different topic, because I have 3 minutes, I just wanted to throw in some commentary as a resident of the city of Ypsi who cares about people who are experiencing homelessness, as well as low-income residents and housing. I'm delighted to see Avalon's intent to redevelop 206 to 210 North Washington Street and to provide supportive housing as well as mixed income units targeting those with incomes below 60% AMI. Washtenaw County is in desperate need of affordable housing, and this housing proposal will benefit those who need it, as well as remove a blighted building from one of our city's neighborhoods. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, that is the last person I had signed up. So if, please, Amanda. Good evening.
Good evening. I want a couple quick comments. One is that I'm excited about Avalon. I think they're they have an excellent reputation in the community. I don't think that is a reason to forego a process that engages the community in the work that's happening here. I think that the city can do an excellent job with Avalon at making a case for why Avalon deserves the pilot funding on the merit of the work that they're bringing to the city. And because of that, the process should be easy. So why forego a process that helps engage the community and the work that's happening when it can be a really easy process? I also found the way that memo was written was pretty insulting to the CBOs that already happened. So I encourage each of you to think about that as you're voting on whether or not to do the CBO for Avalon, which again is a wonderful organization. I also want to remind everyone in this room that the city is committed to being a place where everyone can find a place to live. And because of that, I think there's a lot of important resolutions on your docket today to consider that would improve the ability for many people to have places to live in our wonderful city. Thank you.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to address council? Please. Oh, yeah. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Derek Thorne. I'm a resident of the city of Ypsilanti. I live in Ward 1. I'm rising here tonight to talk about Resolution C, resolution number 2023-029, urging the Michigan legislature to repeal Public Acts 348 and 349, known as the Right to Work Acts. I don't know everyone here on council, but those of you who may already be aware of me, I'm a pretty out and about labor activist in the area. I'm the president of the Eastern Michigan University Federation of Teachers, right over here, representing full and part-time lecturers in town. I also do a lot of organizing with the Huron Valley Air Labor Federation, as well as the Ypsilanti Industrial Workers of the World, which recently organized in Ann Arbor a unit of social service workers at Shelter Association. This act, unfortunately, repealing this act, unfortunately, would not help public sector workers like myself at Eastern Michigan University. That's a constitutional matter that we'll have to address elsewhere. But in terms of private sector workers, the effect of this law has been to decimate private sector unions in the state of Michigan and across the country. This law creates such a situation that people who work in a workplace and are represented by a union don't pay union dues to participate in that union, despite being represented and accruing all the costs that that representation absolutely brings with it. The cost of lawyers, the cost of consultations, the just basic costs of organizing workers. These are real costs that hurt worker-owned and worker-driven organizations. I don't have a whole lot more to say beyond that, except to urge y'all to restore worker rights in this state, which were repealed, which were pulled away from us 8, 9, 10, 11 years ago. Time flies. And help make unions in this state as strong as they were 12 years ago. We have a pretty strong workers movement here in Washtenaw County. We have a lot of worker organizations that are on the rise, and we're doing a lot of organizing. Repealing this helps get us a long way towards restoring rights we had 12 years ago. And even though you as a body cannot restore this, calls by city council like this can help put additional pressure on the state of Michigan to do the right thing and restore worker rights here in the state of Michigan. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to address council? Sir, in the back. Good evening.
Sure. And I love your hair.
Oh, thank you.
Beautiful. I like that. Couple of things. I'm going to be out of here. As it pertains to a Black History Month flag, I feel the same way I did about a gay flag and a Black Lives Matter flag. I didn't fight for any of those flags. Fought for that red, white, and blue. And everything comes under that red, white, and blue. So we don't need no other flag. It's all incorporated in that one. Now, I talked to a lady a couple of days ago. A police officer was involved. A grandchild was brought to her house by an individual that she didn't know. The granny, yes. The granny should have took the child, but the granny didn't. Neither did the police. The child went back with the person that brought him there, and 15 minutes later, not literally 15 minutes, but a little while later, the mother had to go to the hospital because the little baby had been molested. How shameful that is on a police department. How weak of a FTO do you have in a police department that does not train officers what to do in situations like that? There's no way that cop should have grabbed that baby and said, this baby going with me until we find out where this baby's supposed to go. But it didn't, and it happened. Now, coming in this evening, I heard the news complaint filed by the city manager against a council person for making the council a hostile council. I don't like these things happening in my city. This city belongs to me, whether it belongs to anybody else or not, I don't care. But it belongs to me. And I do not like those kind of things coming in my city. There was apparently miscommunication somewhere. This thing should have been discussed among council and council alone and solved by council, and it should have never hit the newspaper. Newspaper gonna sell it because they love these kind of things. Shameful things happening in the city of Ypsilanti, and they're gonna continue to happen if we don't check ourselves. We cannot do things. Oh, Lord have mercy.
Thank you so much.
I'll get you next time. I ain't through with you on that one.
We know you will. Would anyone else like to address council in the audience? Please. Oh, damn, yep. Good evening.
Hi, Council. Amber Fellows here. So just a comment before I go into my statement. I do want to address the CBO stuff. So yeah, I just want to say that Avalon Housing should not be exempt from the CBO process for the express purpose of this ordinance to protect impacted IPSI residents and having a say of what community benefits we need in exchange for pilots and other public subsidies. In addition, both CBO processes that have occurred so far have proven to be effective for all parties involved. And Avalon and other developers should not fear the residents that they aim to serve. Turns out that IPSI residents are extremely reasonable in their asks, so please do engage in good faith. Thank you. So I am here tonight in partnership with the HV Work, HV ALF-CIO, GEO, and other individuals from local unions here. So we are here tonight in support of the passing of this resolution to urge the state legislature's passing of the new bill aiming to repeal Right to Work Act. So I just want to summarize by saying that strong unions keep us safe. The link between union autonomy, worker, community, and environmental safety has never been made more clear than with the East Palestine environmental disaster in Ohio. The most toxic train derailment in US history was preventable. Had the Biden administration and Congress heeded warnings about safety standards from rail workers instead of interfering and breaking the rail strike, we would not be in this situation today worrying about a poisoned water system. So tonight's resolution to support the repeal of Snyder's 2012 Anti-Union Right to Work Act is a cause for celebration. For over 10 years, we've seen the chilling effect of right to work on our workplaces and culture. We were once known as a state of strong unions, and a membership erosion of unions and attacks on workers in the public sector have put workers on the back foot. In this short time, even in my own observations, I've seen the impact that it's had on millennials in the area here. While a lot of my peers come from union families, they have less understanding of the tangible benefits that unions provide. And another aside is that I would like to be a part of a union one day. I would either like to be a member of a union or to work for a union one day soon. Tonight, GEO have 500 members gathered in Ann Arbor for a general membership meeting to discuss the possibility of striking as their contract's end draws near and negotiations are stalling. I want to be a part of something like that. I have seen the purpose that workers gain from being a part of a strong union and have witnessed how hard the old heads go for their union and the lasting relationships over the years. The passage of this resolution is a step toward that personal dream and for a less atomization in our society overall. So I just ask you to let's get this done tonight in Ypsilanti and send the message to Lansing that the local unions in the city of Ypsilanti are united in getting the bill to repeal right to work. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Would anyone else in the audience like to address council? Clerk, can you check online for us? Is anyone on Zoom?
There's one individual with their hands raised on Zoom, Trisha Duckworth, and I'll allow them to speak now.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening, Council. Thank you for allowing me this space to speak. For this tender subject, I wanted to be there in person, but my daughter is in the hospital, and so I could not make it in. I just wanted to speak briefly to the complaint that was filed against Councilperson Wilcoxon. Let me give a little backstory. So Survivor Speak started last year, where volunteers are volunteering to go into meetings either by being there in person or via Zoom. We are just watching to see what's going on. Want to engage, want to keep an eye on, how things are flowing in each municipality. And so, we're watching, we're mindful of seeing some things. We became aware of, and I think it was a meeting a couple weeks ago, where there was a little uneasiness, kind of very, I would say, disrespectful tones. And so as me going back and watching it, I must be honest, I was triggered. I was triggered because I remember being in a meeting here before council and being, I would like to say, bullied by the former mayor, and just had a lot of things that were being said about me that was bad. And so I sent something to the council asking her to stop. And when I came to council, I was berated by Mr. Wilcoxon, and we have talked about this beforehand. And I was, I felt berated, just as a Black woman, because I was defending myself, for something that had happened. And so I seen a pattern there. I seen a pattern of what happened to the city manager. We went back a little bit further. There were some uneasy comments that were even made. And this was before Mayor Nicole became mayor. And so I believe that I don't believe that you are a bad person, Mr. Wilcoxon. I have respect for you. We have talked. I just believe that there are some microaggressions maybe that you are not aware that are coming across as to when you are dealing with Black women. And I can only say Black women because I haven't seen that towards Black males. But in a few instances, there have been cases where the comments have just been very harsh. And made Black women to feel berated or to feel some sort of way. And I can say that just looking at the meeting, and then also being triggered to remember what happened to me in a meeting as well. So I'm asking today that you would apologize for your actions, right? And I believe that you are a person that can look inside and be self-reflective, about these situations. Maybe you're not connecting the dots, right? To see the behaviors that continue
Ms.
to happen.
Duckworth, your time is up. I'm sorry. Thank you.
And
Can
thank
you
you.
hear me? Okay. Thank you. Is there anyone else online?
There is one more individual online, Jesse Milne. I'll allow them to speak now.
Thank you. Good evening.
Hi, sorry if I'm sounding a little bit unclear. I'm in the car in the passenger seat. So I wanted to just say, I've lived in Ypsi for about 5 years. I went to U of M for grad school, and now as a staff at U of M. Last year I joined the organizing committee of University Staff United, which is a group working to unionize the staff at U of M. So right now we are working on building momentum within the academic and student services group, which is about 1,000 people, I believe. And we have several job families that we'll address next. So we're in a pretty good position in terms of, working for a public employer and there not being the potential for much pushback, but not everyone is that fortunate, especially in Ypsilanti. I think we need more union protections in this community. I see so many people being exploited, my friends and neighbors in various jobs, service industry, academia. And I think that Ypsilanti can set the example for the rest of the state. And I hope that we can do that tonight. And as an organizing committee member from USU, I just want to lend my voice and support for that. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone remaining in the audience or on Zoom who would like to give public comment? Bless you.
No other individuals have their hands raised.
Okay, seeing none, we will close public comment. Thank you all so much. So next we have a proclamation that I will read honoring Black History Month, and then we'll move into our ordinances. So National Black History Month 2023. Whereas Black History Month is a national effort to accord official record to the heritage of African Americans and the many contributions made to the development of America and the American way of life. And whereas in 1915, Dr. Carter Godwin Woodson, along with 4 others, founded the Association for the Study of Negro Life and History. And whereas Woodson desired greater impact through the association, which led him to start a National Negro Week in February 1926. And whereas February 2023 marks the 47th anniversary of the observation in the United States of Black History Month. Every president since Gerald Ford has officially designated the month of February as Black History Month. And whereas President Gerald R. Ford officially recognized Black History Month in 1976, calling upon the public to seize the opportunity to honor the too often neglected accomplishments of Black Americans in every area of endeavor throughout our history. And whereas Black History Month, or National African American History Month, is an annual celebration of achievements by Black Americans and a time for recognizing the central role of African Americans in U.S. history. And whereas other countries around the world, including Canada and the United Kingdom, also devote a month to celebrating Black history. And whereas the theme of Black History Month 2023 is Black Resistance, exploring how African Americans have addressed historic and ongoing disadvantage and oppression as evidenced by recent events. And whereas Black Lives Matter began in 2013 with the goal of rallying around important issues in the African American community and seeks to promote justice and freedom for all. Now, therefore, I, Nicole Brown, Mayor of the City of Ypsilanti, on behalf of City Council, do hereby proclaim the month of February 2023 as National Black History Month in the City of Ypsilanti, Michigan, and I urge all citizens to join me in extending recognition and honor during this month and throughout the year to African Americans for outstanding achievements and contributions to our nation. Given under my hand and seal of the City of Ypsilanti, February 21st, 2023. Thank you. All right, does anyone have anything they'd like to add about the proclamation or comments before we move on? All right, thank you. All right, so with that, we will move into our ordinances, and Councilmember Tucson, you have our first.
Indeed. All right, so resolution number 2023-020, resolved by the Council of the City of Ypsilanti, whereas the City of Ypsilanti recognizes the importance of establishing equity in zoning, and whereas the City of Ypsilanti recognizes that the policy for treating supportive housing the same as other residential dwellings adheres to the Fair Housing Amendments Act laws that apply to zoning and planning, and whereas the City of Ypsilanti recognizes that eliminating the potential for adverse impacts or harm to a community as a result of discriminatory language and or their perpetuation of segregation fully improves the broader community's economic conditions, and now therefore be it resolved that the Ypsilanti City Council approve the zoning text amendment provision in the zoning ordinance to remove supportive housing conditions and permissible uses and to remove supportive housing definition. And I so move. This zoning text amendment applies to Article 5, Division 1, Section 122-557, and to Article 2, Section 122-203. And I so move.
All right, it's been moved and seconded. Is there any presentation from staff or anything? Holly, good evening.
It's such an honor to be here. Hi, everybody. It's good to see you. I am here tonight to act on behalf of my incredible team and colleagues in the planning department and a great collaboration with Avalon Housing that brought this to light. I was able to reach out to the Michigan Association of Planning to support what we found to be potential discrimination in our ordinance. And we wanted to make sure that anything that we do from the planning department does not segregate people to a certain area or away from affordable transportation or their choice of where they want to live, where they can live close to education, opportunity, jobs, again, affordable transportation and goods and services and things to do. It should be their choice. We found that after working on variances to make available this housing at 206-210 North Washington, that it was a development and a project that would have been made not financially feasible or available to make affordable housing. And that was because first of all, there were some really restrictive regulations concerning supportive housing, as such categorized, as well as where they were allowed to build or have development for supportive housing was very far from the center. And there were much more things that did not seem discriminatory, certainly by anybody that wrote the law, but we could see how it was creating discrimination in effect. So working with Avalon Housing and my colleagues and Michigan Association of Planning and some other really amazing standards and examples in the state of Michigan, we're able to see that we could remove supportive housing, and by doing that, ensure that people who are looking to live or looking to develop places for people to live that can use supportive services, but not be relegated to developments that were not financially feasible to create or outside of the city. That we could do that by removing supportive housing as a definition and a category. So this is how we came upon removing supportive housing. We're excited to think that people can, we can have landlords who are as responsible as Avalon Housing, who provide supportive housing or supportive services and maintenance services 24/7 with somebody on call. And that they could be in a neighborhood that's close to our transit center, our goods and services, our downtown, our small businesses, in a place where they are going to be preserving two historic outbuildings, so placemaking as well. There's nothing but inclusivity and in having them positioned in downtown in the center district or the core neighborhood mid-district. So we are asking that we remove supportive housing and all of the regulations that go with it so that we no longer segregate or regulate against people's choices of where they want to live.
Thank you, Holly. Are there questions from council before we open the public hearing? All right, I'll circle back. So I will now open the public hearing. If there are members of the audience who would like to give comment, you'll have 3 minutes. You can approach the podium and address council on the ordinance, and then Holly we might need you, I don't know. So I'll ask for hands in the audience and then hands on Zoom. Is there anyone?
There is
Sure.
a couple hands raised virtually. Sarah Rowland has their hand raised. I'll allow them to speak
I'll come
now.
to you. Yep, no problem. It's okay. Sorry. No, you're fine.
You'll have 3 minutes to address council.
Okay, great. I would like to say that I feel that while I'm in support of having new developments in town to expand housing opportunities, that our historic district was established basically by removing the option for rooming houses. Rooming houses with resident managers tend to have fire hazards, tend to have properties that are not well cared for, and have caused residents in the past to actually be put in danger. There are several stories from people who helped to establish our historic neighborhood about children being attacked, raped,
higher crime rates, significantly higher crime rates. I feel like by opening the floodgates, we're not going to get just Avalon Housing. We're going to get people who are not responsible landlords. And while I do support expanding housing in our city, and I know that local residents have been having rooming opportunities in their own homes for many years against zoning, I don't feel that this benefits current residents whatsoever and will cause crime rates to rise, will cause illegitimate landlords to pop up right and left and take over, and it will push people out of our community who currently live here now and feel very unsafe. So I do not support this ordinance, and I wish that if you're going to expand it to include rooming houses, that you would not make it resident managed, but owner occupied rooming houses only. Thank you.
Thank you. I would like to clarify that the ordinance that we are actually speaking on is ordinance 1406, the zoning text amendment for supportive housing, and then the rooming houses ordinance will be next, just for the good of the audience.
I see. I'm sorry. That was very unclear.
Okay. It's fine. We can go with.
Sure, there's one more.
Okay, there's one more. All right.
The next individual with their hand raised is Annie Somerville. Allow them to speak now.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, good evening, council. I just wanted to share my support for this amendment to eliminate stigma associated with housing such as supportive housing. I believe that supportive housing is a huge asset to our community, and it actually promotes safer communities because there are lots of folks, and I know that most people either have a family friend or people that they know in their life that could benefit from supportive housing. There are lots of folks who experience chronic homelessness or instability due to mental health and substance use issues. And I'm just excited to see an Avalon site in our city. I think it's going to have a great impact, and it will benefit more than just the residents who are going to live at the site. So thank you for considering this. I'm really excited, and I'm really glad to see Ypsilanti City Council removing the stigma. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Amanda Smith.
I'm recognizing that I am on the planning commission, but I'm speaking today as a citizen of the city of Ypsilanti in support of this amendment. Just because things have always been the way they were isn't a reason to continue to do them. And the city has in front of them an opportunity to right wrongs, to take away discrimination that has existed in our community and in many communities for centuries. So I'm excited to celebrate you guys in making a wonderful decision tonight to remove supportive. Amanda Smith.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the audience who would like to address council? Mr. Tucson.
I'm in full support of what's going on here. Let me tell you something. See, you guys don't, some of you might not get around much and you don't know what's happening. The poor gonna be with us always. So we might well get ready for it. So it was in the day of Noah, so shall it be when the Son of Man get back here. Poor will be with us always. So what we need to do, we need to support the poor. But the rich folks don't want to have nothing to do with the poor folks. But then when them rich folks get sick, down on their bed of affliction, who got to come see about them? The poor folks. The poor folks got to wipe their behind. The poor folks got to roll them in a wheelchair. The poor folks got to take them to their doctor appointments. Leave the poor folks alone and support the poor folks. Township, watch what the township doing. Them poor people living in tents. And they're trying to get court orders to evict folks out of a tent. And when they can't do that, they get the ordinance folks to stand by while some more folks come and pull them out the tents. The township gonna suffer. Ypsilanti City, y'all don't need to follow suit, or y'all suffered enough already.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to address council in the audience or online? right, seeing none, you can read the resolution to close the public hearing.
Resolution number 2020.
Speak to the mic.
Resolution number 2023-021, resolved by the Council of the City of Ypsilanti that the public hearing to reconsider removal of supportive housing as a classification or category in the zoning ordinance be officially closed, and I so move.
Support.
Moved and supported. All in favor of closing the public hearing?
Aye.
All right, council, questions, comments? Anyone? Well, I am in full support. I'm very excited about this. This is wonderful. So if there are none, then just going once, going twice, we can call the roll, clerk.
Mayor Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Sweet,
Yes.
Councilmember Tucson,
Yes.
Councilmember D. Simmons,
Yes.
Councilmember J. Simmons, Councilmember King,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen.
Yes.
With 6 yes and 1 no, with 6 yes and 1 absent, the motion carries.
Oh, just missed it.
All right, with 7 yes, the motion carries.
Thank you. All right, Councilmember Sweet, you have our next ordinance.
Resolution number 2023-022, resolved by the Council of the City of Ypsilanti, whereas the City of Ypsilanti recognizes that rooming houses shall be added as a permissible special use in the historic corridor zoning district, and whereas the City of Ypsilanti recognizes that adding rooming houses as a use in the historic corridor, it may be considered consistent with the description and purpose of the proposed district, and whereas the City of Ypsilanti recognizes that the amendments are consistent with the following guiding values of the master plan. Those needs will change as residents age and move. The need for safe, quality, affordable homes for all should be factored into decisions. Now therefore be it resolved that the Ypsilanti City Council approve the zoning text amendment provisions in the zoning ordinance 2 and let the rest be read into the record, and I so move.
Support? All right, it's been moved and supported. Holly, is this you again? Good evening, again.
Hey there, once again, you guys. It's such an honor to be here. Thank you so much. I'm Holly Andrews from the Planning Department here, speaking on behalf of the work that I get to do with my incredible colleagues and team. We looked at this request for legislation, or actually a zoning text amendment, and we are all very much in favor of affordable housing, and first and foremost, that it's safe and healthy. That is, for us, a very important definition of any housing that happens in Ypsilanti. Anything that we do in the zoning department to secure and support affordability in creating developments or housing for people, we will work hard at as long as it's safe and healthy. What we found with this particular case, we recommended denial. It was compared to bed and breakfasts. Rooming houses are not the same as bed and breakfasts. A bed and breakfast means that you bring a suitcase or two and you come for a given amount of time. But in rooming houses, people bring their world to a room. And a lot of that is plugged in. And it's really important that the infrastructure of the buildings is sound and able to take the load of people who bring their world to a room. Secondly, we want to make sure that while we are preserving the history of rooming houses by creating good definitions and sound districts for them to be located, that we don't repeat history by allowing people to exploit people who are impoverished, that we don't allow people to make money off the backs of the poor. And that is the purpose for our denial. We see that the historic district, most people will think of it as something that is special, and that the buildings are special, and certainly placemaking. But the most important thing is that most of those buildings are not equipped to bring a world of plug-in electric things into each room on top of systems that cannot take it, it doesn't become safe. It doesn't become healthy. And it's not an appropriate district for rooming houses. It is not the same as a bed and breakfast. I do want to say, unfortunately, that I was able to do a tour firsthand with the police, the fire department, Fire Marshal Clifton Pope, and our wonderful building inspector from the building department, John Rowe, to witness a residence that was owned by the applicant. And it was a combination, two historic buildings that were turned into a rooming house. And the conditions were horrendous. It was condemned because it was not seen as safe for human occupancy. It was dirty. It was not safe. The locks were not, the fire code, it was not even close to meeting fire code. And the conditions that the people lived in were horrendous. The beds were packed into rooms. Now, this is an example that I want us to prevent. As a planner, I want to make sure that when we consider different housing choices for affordability, to help people get off the street, to help people live a healthy and safe lifestyle, that we do this thoughtfully with a good definition and in the right places. As you can see, I want it to be where transportation is affordable, where they have access to housing or to goods and services and life in general in Ypsi. That is not why we denied that rooming houses should be in the historic corridor. It has to do with safety. It has to do with health. And here's Christopher.
Sorry.
Hi, Mr. Jacob.
I appreciate Holly setting this up, and it's a difficult conversation to have when staff recommends denial and planning commission recommends something else. And so I wanted to get back to the case before you with regard to the zoning text amendment. The context is important, but the overall application applies to the entire district. It's not specific to one property. I think it's important that council understands the implications of the decision, but I do want to clarify the planning commission did not agree with the staff recommendation. And what you have before you is a recommendation to approve from planning commission for the zoning text amendment for roaming houses. And I think that should about do it, unless you have any questions.
Thanks, Christopher. Any questions from council before we open the public hearing? All right. Oh, yeah, Councilmember D. Simmons.
I'm sorry, I'm just trying to collect what Christopher just brought. So I feel like, what we're going to be looking at, so this is just the zoning text amendment, which is separate from the application that we were looking at.
So it's for the entire area, not just for the application. This is not about the application, but zoning for the entire historic district, correct? For all of the historic district. Yeah. Right.
Yes, but but the application is what brought this forward, and so that's what we're responding to. Although it wouldn't be just for that location.
Yeah.
But this is what we're looking at.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you. Any other questions before we open the public hearing? All right, the public hearing is now open. I'll take hands in the audience and then we'll move to folks on Zoom. Mayor Farmer.
Thank you, Cheryl Farmer, 214 North Huron Street. Rooming houses weren't considered an appropriate use when the historic corridor zoning category was created. So what would be the rationale for rooming houses suddenly being an appropriate use in the corridor now? Why would a rooming house be considered appropriate in an historic building? As you heard from your planner, these buildings require the greatest number of changes to meet current code requirements, changes such as adding sprinklers, adding wiring, increasing the number of bathrooms, creating small rooms in buildings that traditionally have large rooms, and substantial changes to the interiors of historic buildings reduce their historic significance and their historic character and reduce their inherent value. Rooming houses put a lot of wear and tear on the exterior and on the interior of a property because of the high density and high turnover. Having lived in a rooming house once, it's really hard to keep the kitchen clean and the bathroom clean because you don't get a lot of cooperation always. It's a tough environment. The integrity of fragile historic properties, though, would be undermined by use as a rooming house, and they're not very good places for rooming houses. So Ian Greenlee, the person requesting this zoning change, knew the zoning for 206 North Huron Street. This is where he wants his rooming house. He knew the zoning before he bought the property. The current zoning allows many uses that would be appropriate for this property and would give him a fair return on his investment. There are currently a number of locations in Ypsilanti where rooming houses are permitted, right now, permitted. Mr. Greenlee's company, Red Shield, owns many properties. If he wants to run a rooming house, he could buy a property in one of those locations, but we'd have to watch him like a hawk. The historic corridor is an important, nearly intact neighborhood located in the heart of the city and the historic district, and any change to this corridor represents a potential threat to the integrity of the entire district and to the city tax base. I challenge Mr. Greenlee to prove that this zoning change he requests would in any way benefit the neighborhood or the people who would live in his rooms. On the contrary, precipitous zoning changes negatively impact the tax base of the city by making neighborhood land uses less predictable and therefore making buyers less willing to invest there. So 40 years ago, Ypsilanti took the long view on their historic district. Instead of letting these buildings get torn down, they said, you know, we should value our history. These are cool buildings. A lot of places don't have buildings like this. So they created the historic district, and this decision has paid huge dividends in terms of neighborhood stability, desirability, and increased tax value. Let's not tamper with that success. Please say no to this ordinance change. Thank you.
Thank you. Please, yes. Good evening.
My name is Richard Caton. I'm a resident of Ypsilanti. Excuse me. I'm here on behalf of the Board of Trustees of the Ypsilanti Historical Society. I'm going to read into the record here a letter from our president, Bill Nichols, who could not be with us tonight. So I'm reading this on his behalf. Dear Mayor Brown and City Council, I am writing concerning the proposal to use North Huron between Michigan Avenue and Cross Street to be the first street to implement the recently passed permissive rooming house zoning legislation. There are better locations in Ypsilanti to experiment with the implementation of this new rooming house zoning legislation. This portion of North Huron now has historic corridor zoning, which has the intent to preserve the character and historic nature of these streets while allowing for adaptive reuse of historic buildings. In the 1970s, the houses on this stretch of North Huron were owned by absentee landlords intent on maximizing their income at the expenses of maintaining their buildings. During the last 40 years, with the implementation of the historic district and the accompanying historic corridor zoning, the intent of the zoning was accomplished. Almost all the houses are owner-occupied and have varied use from single-family, multiple-unit rentals, commercial rentals, and the Ypsilanti Historical Museum. This portion of North Huron is the most historic street in the city. Tour groups are often seen walking on North Huron with leaders telling about the architecture and history of the buildings. North Huron is the historical showplace of Ypsilanti. I urge that you not risk upsetting what has been accomplished over the last 40 years and not use North Huron as a zoning experiment. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the audience, Mr. Rajabi?
When I was a landlord, the second floor of my property at 110 North Summit was a rooming house, meaning several students rented rooms and they shared the same kitchen and the same bathroom. Only once I couldn't rent to individual renters, so I rented to 3 people together. The city said, since you broke the cycle, you cannot have rooming housing anymore. And they stopped me from doing that. Now, let's see what kind of people were renting from me. When I was renting apartments, mommy and daddy came with the renters, cut the check, and they left. But when I was renting rooms, single mom, predominantly black single mom who wanted their children to become somebody, wanted to go to EMU and study. They came with their children and they cut a check for $250 for a room. My question is, I want to call the city racist because predominantly those students who were renting rooms, they were poor. They could not afford to rent an apartment for $700-800. Now it is $1,200. The city did exactly the same thing to me at 11 North Normal. The second floor of 11 North Normal was rooming housing. But my daughter rented it to her cousin, and when the city found out that her cousin was just one family, not different individuals, oh, you broke the cycle. From now on, you cannot rent single rooms. The city is against poor people. The city is against black renters. This is not an opinion, this is a fact. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the audience who would like to address council, please?
Good evening. Thank you for giving me a little time. My name is Doug Kaiser. I live at 121 North Huron Street. And I had sent a letter to council regarding my thoughts with this, but I'll just touch on a few of the points from the letter and maybe a couple of additional elements. One is I don't support the idea of the zoning change in the historic corridor. The historic corridor only represents about 5% of eligible housing area in the city that can be used for rooming houses. So there's certainly plenty of other areas, and in fact, very close by in the core neighborhoods that are within a few blocks of the historic corridor. So the idea that you maintain the historic corridor intact, I think, has value, as stated by some earlier people in the discussion regarding the kind of integrity that it creates. Interestingly, the house in question here was built by a Civil War colonel, and he risked his life to change the fabric of America in a profound way. So that's part of that's part of the layers of history that exist in these houses. Living in an old house, I'm familiar with peeling away wallpaper and finding names and some other elements and so on. The house I live in is not ADA compliant. It's impossible. You can't change the doors. You can't change the tread risers on stairs. You can't run all new electrical. You can't put in fire suppression. It's a profound change to a historic structure that is just, to accommodate in a safe way the housing needs of a rooming house, or the particular needs of a rooming house, is virtually impossible. Some of you may remember that approximately 30 years ago at the corner of Washington and Washtenaw, a house burned. A person died in that house. There were people jumping out of the windows of the house. It was a rooming house, and it was just a really sad story. When that house was renovated, it was renovated into apartments. It's a historic structure. It's a beautiful home, residence now, multiple resident apartment building. And obviously it was brought up to code for apartments as opposed to the rooming house. The rooming house itself in that historic structure just didn't have entry and exit points that could serve the people who were living there, did not have fire suppression, did not have exit signs and all the other ADA components that you would expect to see in a residence. So it's incredibly difficult to do this. And remember, the historic corridor is such a microscopic part of the area of the city that can be used for these. So I'd like you to keep that in mind as you consider this proposal.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else in the audience who would like to address council? Yes, please. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Rachel Chen. I live in 101 Washtenaw, Unit B. I don't understand what's the point of designated historic corridor when you want to treat it like the rest of the city to allow the rooming? When there are already plenty of places that the rooming house is already allowed. And in a place you think of spatial, that's why you designate it spatially as historic corridor. Why don't you recognize the distinction you already made on this area? The fact that it's historic house, it will take more energies and a whole lot more other things to support a rooming house. I just don't understand that the city make a point of making it special, and then you come back to want to change it into like the rest of the city. And then the city planning the first thing in the city plan, the master plan says safety comes first. And judged by all the comments prior, the rooming house in the historic buildings can be safe. Or if you want to make it safe, how much more energy you have to put it in to make it safe to become a rooming house? And would the city have enough time and energy and inspection to see through that? I doubt it, judging by some of the property that's kind of derelicted and the city hasn't taken any action. I really doubted that the city would have the energy and manpower to see through, to make sure that it is safe. Comes back to the city's master plan says safety comes first. And I really would like to urge the city to consider this too. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Is there anyone else? Amanda.
Hi, Amanda Smith, once again up at the mic. Okay, couple of things. One is, again, in the city's master plan, it calls out anyone, no matter what age or income, can find a place to call home in Ypsilanti. We do not have enough homes that people can live in who need places to live. It's not the place to have the policy for the entire historic district be based on one single property. Fix that. I am going to urge each and every one of you over the next, I want it to be a real short period of time. I know it's going to take time to work on renters' rights. Work on that. Work on how we're going to have non-emergency police response. Work on how we're going to have things that are going to help solve problems like the property that was described. You can't shut people out of an entire part of the community because you don't want people that can't afford a huge historic home. If you're concerned about the safety of that home, there's policies in place about what makes a house up to code. Those already exist. Enforce that. Don't just shut people out of a particular part of the community. Everyone deserves a place to live. And I don't think that we should be shutting people out of particular parts of the community because, like I said before, just because we always did it doesn't mean it is the right thing to do, and we have opportunities to right the wrongs.
Thank you. Is there anyone else? Yes, please. Hi, good evening.
My name is Delray Burge. I'm owner of 101 Washtenaw A, or Washtenaw A. I come today before the City Council asking you to please reconsider and reject the proposed zoning change for the historic corridor. This would allow rooming houses in a very special place in our city, as many people echoed here today. Some concerns I have echo many others here, but also others from around the country when it comes to safety of those tenants in those rooming houses. Short-term renters of homes turned rooming houses and historic structures in particular cannot be sure whether or not a building's wiring or plumbing has been updated properly to support more people than it was intended for. Fire safety is always a main concern. Are there fire doors and walls between rooms? Are there additional exits and fire escapes in case a fire erupts from a bottom floor room where there are tenants above? Can they get out? Are there, fire escapes that are going to be added to this structure? A historic home cannot accommodate these changes without fundamentally altering its character. Retrofitting key infrastructure updates like plumbing and electrical in order to meet these needs, for example, like bathrooms, as someone mentioned here today, is not an easy feat for a historic house. I also live in a historic house, and I know how much it takes to maintain these properties. Historic homes require way more maintenance than new buildings. Is the owner of the rooming house or property willing to maintain it properly and correctly? Are these rooming house operators following the standards of hygiene, safety, and security within the property? What plans are there to ensure that all of these requirements are met? What checks are the inspections or the city going to put in place to ensure that there is a person on duty 24/7 at these properties? I had done some research also around, again, just safety at some of these rooming houses across the country. And in Canada in particular, there was an article that came out through the CBC News that reported that there were 532 rooming houses across Canada that caught on fire that led to 47 deaths in 5 years. This is a major problem due to roughly converted family homes that push the number of occupants beyond the city code or fire code of the capacity. I'm all for affordable housing. I love everything that was passed prior. I am in favor too of the partnership with Avalon. I think that's great, but I do think that that's a very different proposal than rooming houses. And again, especially due to the fact that they would be in the historic district and in historic buildings. I just hope that you would not vote for the change for the zoning in this historic corridor.
Thank you. All right, anyone else? Amber.
Hi, yeah, I just want to add that it's a little disorienting to kind of hear the arguments around basically, the scarcity of preserving the historic district and pushing everything out to the margins. But aside from that, there's not maybe enough heat on the property owner, which is Ian Greenlee, who's a slumlord and one of the monopolists of the rental market in Ypsilanti. So we have these rental monopolies and they control everything. So I think, we need to do work in the city to challenge those rental monopolies. I do see a distinction somewhat between something like Red Shield Rentals, Ian Greenlee, and Avalon Housing, but at the end of the day, they're both landlords. So this conversation, I kind of just wish that we could move on to the next thing beyond the rental, and ownership model, and we can start talking about CLTs, we can start talking about housing cooperatives, we can start talking about eminent domain to take some of these, slumlord properties and turn it into something that the people that live there can own. There's so many other strategies. We have vacancies in the city. So maybe not, using this one particular model to solve the problem, but we need to just expand outward and challenge the rental monopolies.
Thank you. All right, anyone Mr. Tucson? Yeah. Did you? Okay. Did he speak to the other one? No. Okay.
Always down with it when it comes down to the rich fighting the poor. And this is all it's about. And all of you sitting up there know what it's about. And a lot of us in this room know that's what it's about. It's about poor folks and the undesirables coming where I am. But I want to just say briefly, I want to talk briefly about Lazarus and the rich man. Lazarus, he was an old beggar, poor, nowhere to stay. And he rolled up one evening and he saw the rich man sitting at the table eating. And he stood at the gate, rich folks. and all he wanted was the crumbs that fell from the master's table. But the old master, the old rich man, being so dirty and low down, you know what he told his servant? Sick the dogs on him. And the servant did that. He sicked the dogs on Lazarus. But an angel came down from heaven. Listen to me, y'all. And he made that dog talk and heaven talk. He told the dogs, he says, I don't want you to sick him, but I want you to lick him. And them dogs licked Lazarus' sores, and he became well. But listen here. Lazarus died, and he rested at Abraham's bosom. The rich man died, and in hell, he lifted up his eyes. Now he needed old Lazarus' help. He said, won't you just send Lazarus down here? He said, hey, it's a gulf between you. I can't send him. He said, well, all I want is just him to dip his finger in some water and cool my scorching tongue. It couldn't happen. Rich folks, y'all stop fighting poor folks, because you gonna need them. You gonna need them to dip their finger in some water. Doctors, you lawyers, you police folks, all you rich folks. You gonna need them folks to dip their finger in some water to cool your scorching tongue. So you know what? You don't need them. You don't need them until you want them to take your garbage out or shovel your snow. In hell, you're going to lift up your eyes, and I ain't cussing, baby. You never heard your daddy say nothing like that before. But I ain't cussing. In hell, you will lift up your eyes, and ain't nothing you going to be able to do about it but burn, hoop, and holler the rest of your life. And you're going to know you're burning. I would love to be able to preach to y'all and tell y'all what the book said about rich folks. Folks against poor folks. Because you read the wrong books, doctors, lawyers, police people, you read the wrong books. I'm through, but one of these days I'm going to have an open forum.
Thank you so much. All right. Anyone else in the audience that would like to address council in the audience? And if not, we can move to Zoom.
There's no one on Zoom, but I do have a comment to read.
All right.
This is from John and Patricia Harrington, Mayor and current council members. We cannot attend the council meeting tonight, but would like to share our comments and experiences regarding the proposed zoning changes on the agenda that would increase the number of neighborhoods where rooming houses are permitted. Purchased my home in the late 1970s from a landlord who had turned it into a rooming house that had 13 rooms and 13 tenants. The kitchen was a rented room. The dining room was split in half for 2 more rooms. The basement had a variety of spaces designated as rooms. The master bedroom had a kitchen set up in the dressing room with plumbing that was illegally dumping into the bathtub. You get the idea. Landlords trying to maximize as much money as they can on their investments. This is not a quality of life for anyone. It took several years to undo what the prior owner of our home had done. Our home is currently set up as 4 apartments and is owner occupied. My wife and I live in one of the apartments and we rent out the other 3. We take care of our own property like a homeowner would and quietly look after the neighborhood, cleaning up the surrounding rental properties, shoveling snow, raking leaves, mowing lawns, cleaning out the drains, and picking up trash, which are owned by absent landlords. If the present landlords that own houses with apartments don't take care of their properties, I can't imagine what will happen when these homes are turned into rooming houses with more occupants. Parking will become more of a problem, and with more occupants, more compounded problems for the neighborhoods and city services. Communities wanting stable neighborhoods need to decrease the number of permitted locations for rooming houses, not increase them. Ypsilanti already has a large number of neighborhoods where rooming houses are permitted. We should not increase zoning availability for rooming houses because a landlord wants to maximize investment and maximize income on a property purchased in an area where rooming houses are not permitted. Adding more residents to an already densely populated area puts more strain on city services, police and fire departments that are already stretched to their limits. Ypsilanti cannot afford to add more pressure on our budget for additional residents in these rooming houses. Let's not undo what has taken years to change to stabilize the neighborhood. Please turn down this request to allow rooming houses as permitted uses in more of our community. The change only serves the interests of some landlords, not the interests of renters, other property owners, or the community. Thank you for this attention to this matter.
All right, thank you. All right, are there any other individuals who would like to speak to this matter? All right, seeing none, Councilmember Sweet, can you please close the public hearing?
Resolved by the Council of the City of Ypsilanti that the public hearing to consider rooming houses in the historic district as a permissible special use will be officially closed, and I so move.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. All right, questions, comments from council? Discussion. Councilmember D. Simmons.
I'm still trying to get some of my thoughts together on this one. This is kind of a difficult situation for me, I'll just say. But before I kind of get into some comments, I have a couple of questions. One, well, I'm trying to think of which question. Let me ask, I'll ask this. This is a kind of technical question, I guess. So, with this amendment, if the amendment were to fail, when could it come back, or could we send it back to make some additions, to get some more clarity around different conditions that would be necessary, different things like that? Is that something that we could do?
Mr. Barr, help me out here. What do you think?
Well, certainly, you have a range of options. You can vote the amendment up or down tonight as a first reading. You can table the matter. You can send it back to the staff for additional comments and investigation.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Barr.
So I guess I have just a couple of things. The reason I'm thinking about this, there's the idea of rooming houses, the idea of historic corridor, the idea of this application. They're all kind of intermingled to me. Some of the things, we've had a lot of folks sending, emails, messages, different things, calls around this issue. So thank you for all your sharing. Some of the things people have brought up, I do question, right? People have said, oh, this area is, rooming houses should only be in where it's walkable. The city is so small. I mean, I live over that way. It's walkable. Like, I don't think of that as a concern. I think about, when thinking about a lot of the challenges of changing historic houses to match this use, a lot of the things that were named, I think of, well, who is going to be able to live in these houses like in 10 years? Because a lot of people who live there are going to need accessible needs. Most of the people I know who live in a lot of these spaces, who've lived in them for decades, are going to need accessible needs. So what does that look like, right? Like, and then if all of the updates and changes are so expensive, then that necessarily creates a divide in terms of who can be in those spaces if we continue to maintain the usage as it is. And so is that something that we want to do, recognizing the history of how this has happened, and recognizing historic districts around, how they've been used around the country, that is just a concern in terms of what that looks like. The question about, when people talk about, the rooming houses as being unsafe. So then I have a question, are rooming houses unsafe in general? If they're unsafe in general, then why do we have them in any part of the city? If they're not unsafe in general, then how is it that they're made safe in other parts of the city than in this part? What does that look like in order to make it more safe in this type of usage? Because if we need to think about increasing density overall, we need to be looking at all of our options. And so And so I'm trying to like sit with that, in terms of that safety question. And how do we, folks say, we're saying, why would we have the historic district if it's not meant to be special? And so this is part of what is difficult, because I think the specialness is supposed to be this sense of what the external looks like as a way to, my husband's an architect, so you have to realize I'm treading really lightly, because I have to go home and have conversations with somebody whose, background is in historic houses in Massachusetts, which is much older housing than what we have here. Our house is not historic, and we still only have one outlet in our living room, So and we make do. We have to figure it out. So I think there's lots of houses, even outside of the historic district, where we have these kind of concerns when we have older housing stock, period. Some of the concerns of folks, in terms of who would live in the rooming houses, I just want to name, like, it feels really fear mongering. I know a situation that happened in, Ward 2 in Normal Park area, where there was someone, who, was a lawyer, had a really good paying job, and, was walked in on somebody who's, was in somebody else's house with their child, right? And so this can happen anywhere. I don't think that saying that people in the rooming house created an unsafe environment feels accurate to me, because it can happen on any part of our city with people of privilege, as well as people without privilege. And so that complicates the situation for me as well. I do have a concern about this application, because I, within even, before my role, but even within my role on city council, have had residents reach out to me specifically around this landlord, with very bad issues. And so, and so that raises a lot of red flags, because my concern is to the point, a lot of y'all made a lot of good points. The point that Amanda brought up around, thinking about how do we address the issue in terms of renter protections. I'm fully on board. And I also have concerns about the city's ability at this time to do that work. We are behind on our inspections for our current rentals. And so some of these unsafe conditions are not being properly enforced. And so that's a concern that I do have that we deal with. And I have a concern about putting people in further dangerous situations due to their inability to pay the high rents that are being demanded by landlords in very many unfair situations. And so, I do have, it's like, I'm just sharing, it's like, I'm still trying to decide how I'm going to go on this with the competing needs of needing more opportunities for living spaces, but also I would like us to actually be able to have more information and to have more clarity about what needs we would need to address within the historic district in order to make houses safe for rooming houses, and as well as thinking about some of the different kind of social infrastructure that we could include in terms of how to deal with conflicts within those spaces, especially if there's not someone living there to help support those needs, because there'd be a lot more people in small areas. Being interested in terms of, how some of those spaces in the historic district could be used for cooperative housing as a use, which could maybe fill some of the same needs in terms of creating more space for more people to live in, but where they have shared value of how to use that space and things of that sort. So those are kind of things that I'm definitely interested in exploring more. And so I'm still trying to decide on this, but just wanted to share those thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there other comments or questions from council? Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. That summarized a lot of my concerns in terms of balancing the issues of affordable housing and whether this would actually be affordable housing to have not only the property in the application, but the other properties be converted. Who would be living there and how affordable would that housing be? It would be to the same landlords that are there. I have specific issue with this landlord as well. When this came to the planning commission, staff had recommended that it not be approved for various reasons, and stating that with the language from the master plan, this did not enhance the district, and that argument was put forward that these are the guidelines for the master plan, and it fell short on just about every one of them. In that discussion, the planning commission said, well, wait, there's a lower standard than that. It doesn't have to enhance the wording in the master plan. It just had to not denigrate the neighborhood, for lack of a better word. Sorry, it shouldn't deteriorate. And they found that inherently, just because it's a rooming house in itself, doesn't mean that it would diminish that. And so they changed that and said, yeah, this does not go against the master plan. It doesn't enhance anything, but it's not detrimental. There's been a lot of testimony here tonight saying that it would be, based on people's research into other communities and the history of this particular zoning district. I have a love for old houses, and I've lived in rooming houses and I've lived in cooperative houses in old houses, and those met code, and they had to meet code or I couldn't have lived there. And so that's, as Desiree was saying, it's like if there's a problem with safety, then there's a problem with safety no matter where these things are located, and that needs to be taken into account. And so, the amount of money that will, they're talking about the cost of doing that. That's up to the landlord, and that's not really our position to tell them how much they need to spend on that. But it does need to meet codes. Another great point that Desiree made was that, we're behind on things, and adding this to that and creating another delay in those things is like what gets the priority at that point. So I'm not sure that this would increase the amount of affordable housing stock given the particular landlord. I'm not sure that this would, with that implementation. The charge with the planning commission is to look at this devoid of that. They couldn't consider the context of who was making the application, only what was happening across the board. And that's why they gave the recommendation that they gave. I have mixed feelings about this across the board. And I'm not sure what the answer is for this, but as Amber and Amanda said, there's a lot of things that need to be addressed. There's a lot of moving parts that all need to take place at the same time. And this particular thing is not the biggest moving part of it.
Thank you. Okay, yes. All right, anyone else on council have questions or comment?
I would say I am in favor of tabling this just to get more information, because I don't like the thought of just keeping a certain group of people out of this area because it is historic. We want everybody to feel special. So I'm in favor of tabling this.
Well, you can make a motion to do that, or you could do what Mr. Barr shared, where you could vote on it, and if it passes, ask for it to come back differently. So there are a bunch of options that council can take, and you all are free to make any of those movements or ask for amendments. Any other? Oh, Councilmember D. Simmons.
I have one other thing, but I have a clarification. So you're saying if we voted on it, if it passed, we could still ask for information? If it fails, we could still ask for information too?
So if it fails, and correct me, Mr. Barr, if it fails, it won't come back.
Well, that's correct, but council could ask for more information if they wished, even if they defeated this particular motion.
Okay. So you could ask for information either way, but it won't come back for second reading if it fails on this reading.
Can I ask another question?
Yeah.
Can I
I
piggyback on
could,
this?
yeah, because I can come back to my other thing.
So my experience in the past is if this passes unanimously, then this goes to the consent agenda on the next.
So it could be asked to be pulled off of there.
It's up to council, yes.
Desiree, you had another question?
Well, it wasn't so much a question. Well, it wasn't so much a question. It was just another response. I was just like responding to the use of transients in terms of in this space, and also just thinking that this and somebody had also emailed me asking about like thinking this was referring to Airbnb stuff, but these spaces would be for long-term rental, right? That's what's being proposed, right? So it's not being proposed for folks to be for like, you know, short term, 1 week, 2 week, but like that they would be renting long term. So I just wanted to name that for folks as well. And I think a lot of times when people see renters moving on a yearly basis, that's not always by their choice. It's usually because of rent increases and other poor circumstances with landlords that are forcing folks to move every year. So
Thank you. Oh, Holly, yeah, please. Sorry.
Say that it would actually be a mix. It's not just long-term renters. I think rooming houses, there's kind of a mix of some will be short-term and some will be long-term.
Additional, Councilmember Sweet.
Thank you, Des and Steve, for the comments that you made. I wanted to talk about a couple things that were brought up by those in the audience and by council. The first thing being talking about affordability and increasing access to housing. Yes, this may increase access to housing, but it's not geared towards any affordable aspect at all. It's just going to generate more market rate landlord monopolies, which we already understand to be an issue and a problem and concern. And we also talk about creating opportunities for long-term home ownership, right, as well. So allowing this, which incentivizes potential landlords to buy up homes that have mass amounts of cash and on hand able to do that, I think long-term takes away from the opportunity for future people to own homes in these areas of the city. And I think resoundingly, council can likely agree with this, that resoundingly the comments from residents have been the same, that the usage proposed is not ideal with the neighborhood. You know, we serve people that live here. So the people that live here are actively saying, right, that they do not want this aspect because of these reasons. I also took the time out to have a phone conversation with Holly a couple weeks ago about this to get more details. So if council has not kind of had those opportunities to vet out some of this ahead of time, I wish you would have taken some time to do that to make sure that we're all able to make a decision tonight on this. But the safety aspect alone of what this could turn into is just not a great fit. And that's echoed not just from Holly's perspective as a planner, but also from our fire department as well in regards to safety concerns and what this would bring into the neighborhood. So I think with those things being said, I think that this rooming houses is not an ideal fit in the historic corridor.
Thank you. Anything further from council? What I'll add, I won't belabor the topic because we got a lot of commentary and there's a lot of things that I agree with, a lot of questions that I also have about just, the corridor in itself and being able to separate it from the applicant. I think that was really a nuanced thing and looking at this when we received it. But I think we should make a decision on this tonight. I think there was opportunities for additional information. And I did also ask some questions about this prior to it coming to the table tonight. And so if there are no other comments or questions, I will ask the clerk to call the roll. All right. So Clerk Kalenga?
All right, on the motion, Councilmember Sweet,
No.
Councilmember Tucson,
No.
Councilmember D. Simmons,
Pass.
Councilmember J. Simmons,
No.
Councilmember King,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen,
No.
Mayor Brown,
No.
Councilmember D. Simmons,
No.
motion fails, 7 no.
Thank you. We will now move on to our consent agenda. Councilmember J. Simmons, you have that.
So just acknowledging that we removed item 2, and that was taken outside of the consent agenda. So resolution number 2023024, resolved by the Council of the City of Ypsilanti, that the following items be approved. Resolution number 2023-025, approving the minutes of the February 7th, 2023 City Council meeting. And also resolution number 2023-027, amending the community benefits agreement for the 220 North Park development. I so move.
Support.
It's been moved and supported. Clerk, can you please call the roll?
Councilmember Tucson,
Yes.
Councilmember D. Simmons,
Yes.
Councilmember J. Simmons,
Yes.
Councilmember King,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen,
Yes.
Mayor Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Sweet,
Yes.
motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. All right. For the good of the public and council, I think that we will move to Resolution A and then take a short break after this. If that's okay with everyone? Well, discussion A. So next on our agenda, we have a discussion regarding the complaint filed against Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen. And I would like to defer to Mr. Barr to outline this for us and give us direction on what we should be doing. Thank you.
Good evening, Council.
Evening.
There's been a complaint filed against the Mayor Pro Tem, and so the issue is, what does council do about it? Council is the policy-setting body for the city. You're a legislative body, but the city charter also gives you quasi-judicial powers. And those quasi-judicial powers cover a number of different things, including the judgment of your own council. And so you have a duty and an obligation to make decisions based on the council, the activities of the council, and some other things that council does. So with a complaint, you have these options. First of all, if the parties reconcile and make up their own decision, then that takes it off the council table. If that doesn't happen, then what you have to do is determine your next step. And generally that would mean that you would have a hearing to determine the facts on the matter. Once you determine the facts on the matter, then you would make a decision based on that as to what action you would take. Whether you would find that the complaint not founded, or if it was founded, then you would have to determine if there was any repercussions. I've outlined in my memo what those repercussions could be. It could be a reprimand, it could be a censure, it could be referral to another agency, or it could be in the severe case, dismissal from council.
So, Mr. Barr, so you outlined the process. So my question is, so now, a hearing would have to be set for a later date if that was the decision made by council tonight.
Correct.
And then as we move forward, I would like you to tell me next, where do I start? So should I start with council? Do I give the two individuals an opportunity to speak so that we can deliberate? I have not had to.
I would suggest that you put the matter on the floor, determine if there's a settlement, and if not, set it down for hearing.
I think I watch a lot of Law and Order, so we're gonna work this out. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Barr.
Any other questions?
Any questions from council for Mr. Barr before we move
Right.
to talking about
Thank
this?
you.
All right, thank you so much. All right, so in the memo, it talks about if council should consider the matter and determine if the respondent admits or denies the charge, and then we'll move from there. So I would like to start with Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxon, if you'd like to respond to the complaint or give any remarks. And then we'll move to the city manager, and then council can deliberate and decide if we want to move to a hearing or if you all are able to resolve it and go from there.
Thank you. An interesting ride. I will just read a statement that has been prepared. I have not violated the Open Meetings Act or the mentioned council resolution. I did not bring forward any information in public from the discussion at the closed meeting. My only reference was to the evaluation document of the city manager, which is a public document open to FOIA. The resolution put before council in an open session itself referenced the city manager's evaluation document and contained a material misstatement falsely stating that the city manager was rated highly in their performance reviews. I have a First Amendment right as an elected official to speak to the substance of the resolution before council, and an obligation to the city and my constituents to ensure my fellow council members have true and correct information prior to the vote. So I am not admitting that I had violated either of the statutes that were named in the complaint.
Thank you so much. City manager.
Thank you. The purpose of me filing the complaint was to bring attention, basically, to what I feel is proper or improper discussion at the council table. Excuse me. I am not interested in a hearing because I think we have much more important things to deal with. I filed the complaint basically to just bring attention to that because I think the whole process created a hostile environment. I also felt that anything, as it states in our council protocol, that speaking about someone's performance is not allowed. So I thought that there was a statement made that would speak to my performance. And I thought that that was against, I don't want to rehash it, but I thought that that was against the council protocol. So basically, I brought this up because I felt like we need to make sure that we are governing ourselves the right way, myself as well, and that we're conscious of what we say and how we say it. So that's the reason why I apologized to one meeting. I said, if I sound offensive, I'm really sorry, because I don't want to create that kind of atmosphere. So that's my reason for bringing this forward.
Thank you. I have some thoughts, but I would like to give council an opportunity to give feedback on how you would like to proceed, and then I'll share my thoughts. Oh, Councilmember Jay Simmons.
So thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, for your comments, and City Manager McMullen. So I just want to understand, so you're saying you filed the complaint to raise attention to the issue, which you've done. So, but you said you don't want a hearing. So then I'm trying to understand then what from your perspective, you would like to see done.
So from my perspective, I just wanted us to govern ourselves. I mean, council can say that I don't have any case if you wanted to, but that's not what I'm looking for. I'm looking for just maybe a statement that we should be conscious of what we say, and that things that are related to evaluations should be said in a closed session. Because some of the things that were said under the heading of evaluation. You know, that's the issue that was on the floor at the time. So I feel that they were made as a part of the evaluation, because those are things we could have talked about another time. Is how I felt about that, and not necessarily under those pieces. Does that make sense? Because we got into some other things that were not a part of the evaluation.
Okay, so, I'm hearing you say you're not interested in a hearing, but to bring it back. I mean, I think all of us can agree that we want to conduct ourselves right in a professional manner on all sides, right? Whether it's us or city staff, yourself, the clerk. So I don't think there's probably any disagreement from anybody here. I think a couple of things when I think about, the rules that were brought up. I mean, I don't, based on my understanding of the Open Meetings Act, I'm not persuaded that Mayor Pro Tem violated the Open Meetings Act. I'm not seeing that, and based on the content of kind of what was said at the meeting. And as for the public criticism, I mean, like I said, we all agree, right? We should all probably refrain from that on all sides. But sometimes things get said or whatever. Our rules that we have, it said we should never express concerns, but it doesn't say shall. And there is, to me, a legal distinction there. Shall generally denotes a requirement or something that's mandatory, whereas should usually is a guideline or recommendation. So perhaps that's something we should change if we want to hold ourselves to that extent. I also think that it's problematic based on the First Amendment. And I don't know that this would be defensible to hold us to this, but I'm just saying that out loud with my little lawyer hat on. I think that bringing it to the attention and kind of focusing on that has been accomplished. And, so I'm not sure, where else that we need to take this at this point based, from what I'm hearing and how I feel about it, I guess. So I don't know who else has any comments.
Thank you. Any other members of council have comments?
I would just say I reconsidered because based on that night, I felt like Mayor Pro Tem did raise his voice a little. So I felt like I can see where Francis McMullen is saying that it was kind of a hostile environment. So that is one of the reasons that I did reconsider, because I kind of felt the tension in the room.
You're all reconsidering the
motion,
the raise.
Correct. Okay. Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Any other comments from council members? Councilmember D. Simmons.
Yeah, I think to what Councilmember J. Simmons was saying, I am interested in like what that first choice of a resolution that could happen between the parties outside of council. And I don't know if that's something that is just a conversation of you two during a break, or if that's something that can happen before break. I have some thoughts that I'll hold until we know if we're going to be dealing with this more deeply. But one thing I will just say is I think, this is tricky because the performance raise was on the table, which then calls into question, I think, what the performance review process. And because of the fact that many of us were not part of that, and even I would say Councilmember Sweet, who was part of it at the time, was also still not part of council for most of the time that was being reviewed. So And so I think that makes it difficult because then a lot of us we were out of the know of a lot of information that was being taken into account. And I will say that I still don't officially know what some of the issues and concerns were, right? And so I say that to say that in terms of thinking about what information was divulged, or if it feels like it still is an open question, and most of what was shared is things that you could kind of discern from looking at the available documentation. So you can tell that not everybody had a favorable review, and but that, and I know I stated this before, but I'll just say it again, that this is a large reason why I had abstained originally, because it wasn't all in one way or another way, and because we weren't able to have that information, I didn't think about, oh, can we go into a closed session so that we can really get into that deep depth? And I will say nobody on council reached out to didn't reach out to me as a new person to help me understand any of that information. None of the folks who had voted yes for the performance raise reached out afterwards in terms of bringing it back. So it was only brought back because of folks who weren't here. And so, I think that there's a lot of challenge just in that because, we were really kind of just left out without a lot of information. So now I know how I would proceed with this differently. So for that, it's a learning, that I would in the future just ask for a closed session conversation so that we can actually not have this wandering. I just didn't know that was what was possible. And so I appreciate that education that I think that you've provided through this process. And I hope that we are able to better, as you're saying, self-govern, because even in the moment, we can also say something, right, in that space and time. And that might have actually stopped us from being in this place if we had in that way. And so, I'll say I know better for going forward, and I appreciate that.
Thank you. So, did you have
Say something?
Sure.
To the point, the city manager said she's not interested in having a hearing. I'm not interested in having a hearing either. I need to work with the city manager, and at this point, that relationship is scarred, and that needs to heal. And I would propose now that rather than, and I don't know if I can do this, Mr. Barr, because I'm the one being complained.
That sounds like a proposal I was going to make.
Yeah. Well,
we have a member who is part of a dispute resolution organization, and I was just going to suggest that we convene a meeting with us, and whoever council decides is skilled to do that.
Thank you. So that's where I was headed. But I do want to clarify a couple of things around process, especially for the good of the public. So in terms of bringing back that resolution around the performance raises, the folks who voted yes could not do that. And so that is why folks who either abstained or voted no were able to do so. And so even if I wanted to, let's say, I could not have done that because I was on the prevailing side. I know that Councilmember Simmons did send the evaluations and offer to meet with folks if they had questions about them, but also there is something to be said about when we have discussion in closed session. Folks were not members of council, so it's kind of sticky to know what you can share and cannot share about what happened in those sessions prior to being a council member. And I think that would be a really good point, maybe for us to have a council retreat and really learn what is allowed and what's not, what's applicable and what's not, in terms of like when someone gets on council, because I assumed, I will say, that once that closed session is over, that is closed to those folks who are in the room. To pivot a little bit, I've pondered on this and I've thought about it, and I really felt that this was really an interpersonal issue. And I, for one, think that we can all get along. We can all show each other respect. We can disagree respectfully. And we can have discussions and work together as a cohesive, even when we don't see eye to eye on things. And so I would have preferred that this not be the route that we had taken, and that I'm glad to hear that folks don't want to move forward with a hearing, because I don't think it's necessary. I think that we can come together, maybe I don't have to be included, but we, as in the city manager and the mayor pro tem and some third party, I can be involved if you all want that, so that we can figure out how to establish better relationships and be able to have working relationship where we don't end up here again. Because I don't think that there was any intention on either part to harm the other. But I do know that the conversation was tense. It's why I intervened, and it's why I ended that line of communication during the meeting, because I did not want folks to overstep the bounds of which we are, to stay behind. I don't think it's a good use of our time to do this when we're adults and we can work it out. And I would hope that in the future, if there are issues among any members of council with our city manager or anyone who is employed within the city, that we can do this in an amicable and respectable way, because I know we are capable of such. There are folks that I have close relationships with that we don't, but the business is the business and the personal is the personal. We need to be able to separate those two and do the work. And so I don't know if anyone else has anything they would like to share, but what I would like to see is that maybe right now we make a decision and an agreement that we're going to come together, we again being whomever, including the city manager and the mayor pro tem, to work on this relationship. And then also that there's an agreement from council that going forward in situations like this, where it's gray, where it's murky, where tensions are high, where emotions are high, that we will try first to figure it out before we move to something as concrete and, and that could be so detrimental to both folks' character and the goodwill and the confidence in the community. Rather than having this happen in such an open forum that, to me, sometimes can diminish folks' confidence in our ability to lead and to govern. And so with that, I don't know if anyone has anything else they would like to say. City manager, I will acknowledge you in 1 second, but I would like us to move forward and fortify our relationships, please. And one of the things that I would like to do, and we have talked about this before, is we need to plan a retreat and we need to get together, because we don't all know each other very well. We do understand, we did so well in goal setting. We were so aligned on many things. And I think that we can be even better if we spend the time to get to know each other and maybe some of those nuanced things about one another, so that when we read each other's body language, our voices, facial expressions, I make a lot of them. I use my hands, I move my head. Someone might interpret that very differently than how I intended, right? So that we can work together. Because that is the important piece, and that is what we are here to do. City manager.
First of all, thank you, Mayor, for the words that you had. I just wanted to acknowledge the fact that I did talk with Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxon before, and I thought that had solved it, but I guess not. So we have to move on to the next step. But I just wanted to know that I had made that overture.
And I appreciate that, and I think maybe the thing is we try and we try again. We need to include somebody different next time to help maybe mediate if it doesn't work the first time. I just really want us to move away, if possible, from utilizing this kind of process unless it is dire straits, because this is solvable, very much so.
Thank you.
So thank you so much. Councilmember Jay Simmons.
Mayor Brown, I want to thank you for your leadership on this matter. I appreciate all the comments that you had to say. I'm a mediator, and so I'm generally more inclined to go with informal methods of just resolving issues and disputes. So I like the idea that you had. I don't think it should be for us as the rest of the council members to dictate kind of who does that, but I think if you are willing to somehow facilitate that, because you're only a social worker, right? So you might know a few things about that. But not saying you have to do it, but just facilitate it. I think, using your experience and wisdom with who or whatever, if the parties are agreeable, I think that might make sense. And I don't know, Mr. Barr, does this require a motion? Do we need to do a motion or?
Well, my advice is to do the best thing you can out of this. What is the best thing that can come about on this? And rather than leave it hanging, I guess I would recommend that there be a motion that there be, since both parties agree, there be no hearing, and perhaps that the parties be referred to mediation with the mayor.
Okay.
I so move.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, wait, were you?
All right.
Oh, were you moving?
Yeah, it was, but.
The Simmons' move.
The
Right, the
Simmons
Simmons,
move, that's
okay.
fine. Do we have to repeat it, restate it?
I think
Basically what he said.
Get it?
I move that the parties, that we don't have a public hearing and that the parties move to conversation with a conflict mediator.
Might I just add like a tweak?
Yes.
I would like to, I think it would be good to acknowledge that both parties have agreed that a hearing, that, you know, there's no desire for a hearing, and that the parties be referred to, I guess, I prefer it to start with the mayor, I guess, and then go from there. I don't know what your thoughts are on that, but I can go either way. But I just wanted to at least reflect that they both acknowledged that they weren't interested in seeking a hearing. So that can be
I'll say
whatever.
alternative conflict resolution method, which can include
Right.
the mayor or
Or an outside party, yeah. Perfect. Support. Oh, Mr. Barr, you have something? Yes.
Yes, Mr. Barr.
If you did want an outside party, there is an organization in Ann Arbor, I think it's the Ann Arbor Center for Conflict Resolution, that does a good job.
Well, I will do the homework on that if this passes. All right. So it's been moved and supported. Is there any discussion on the motion on the table? Thank you. Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember D. Simmons,
yes.
Councilmember J. Simmons,
Yes.
Councilmember King,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen,
Abstain.
Mayor Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Sweet,
Yes.
Councilmember Tucson.
Yes.
Motion carries with 6 yes, 1 abstention.
Thank you.
Can I clarify?
Sure.
The difference between abstention and recusing myself from voting? I would prefer to recuse myself from
Oh,
voting
yeah.
rather than just
Gotcha,
abstain, because I don't want that to be a no vote.
Andrew, can you change it? Is that okay?
You're recusing yourself?
Yes.
Okay.
And I just wanted to just add to thank everyone for the thoughtful commentary and like the candidness, and then allowing me to kind of go on my little soliloquy for a second. But I know we can work it out and we will. And with that, we need to take a break. So let's take 5 minutes. So we'll be back at 9:028, and I believe Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen, you have that.
All right. Thank you. This is a very long one, and I'm going to tell you right up front that I'm going to propose a lot of amendments to this.
Okay.
We had a very confusing conversation about this last time, and that's why it's back here. But I'll just go with it. Resolved by the Council of the City of Ypsilanti, whereas the adoption of guidelines for poverty exemptions is required of the City Council, and whereas the principal residence of persons who the assessor and Board of Review determines by reason of poverty to be unable to contribute to the public charge is eligible for exemption in part from taxation under Public Act 390 of 1994, MCL 211.7U, and whereas pursuant to PA 390 of 1994, the City of Ypsilanti, Washtenaw County adopts the following guidelines for the Board of Review to implement. The Board of Review shall use the following guidelines to determine if a property owner qualifies for a poverty exemption from property taxes. Exemptions will be granted to owners of homesteads only. Property must be granted at least 50% homestead exemption from the state of Michigan. Per MCL 211.7U3, the application for consideration must be received by the assessor's office at least 1 day prior to the last session of the Board of Review. The application can be made by mail if received 1 day prior to the last session of Board of Review. All applicants must file a claim with the Board of Review on a form prescribed by the State Tax Commission. The application must be filled out in its entirety, and all requested documentation must be attached. If an area does not apply to the applicant, NA must be used. If the application is not complete or requested documentation is not included, The Board of Review will deny the exemption. All pages, including with this application, must be returned when the application is submitted to review. Per MCL 211.7U7, a person who files a claim for poverty exemption is not prohibited from also appealing the assessment on the property to the Board of Review in the same year. The property threshold for eligibility for a property exemption is a figure which is equal to the U.S. Department of HUD State of Michigan, I'm not sure what that's all about, for the previous calendar year. To be eligible for a poverty exemption from property taxes, the income of the property owner household must be less than the poverty threshold for the number of persons within the household. All income and assets for persons in the household are reported in accordance with the form prescribed by the State Tax Commission. And I would like to have the rest of this read into the record. And I so move.
Support.
It's been moved and supported.
Councilmember, Mayor Pro Tem, did you make changes to the resolution as presented?
I presented it as it's written, but I will go through and make those amendments at this time.
All right, Mayor Pro Tem.
Glad you got that because I couldn't find it, so. Let's see. Sorry, give me one moment.
Fine.
So this starts on page 75 of our packet, as stated. In the fifth paragraph, it says exemptions will be granted to owners of homesteads only. Property must be granted at least a 50% homestead exemption from the state of Michigan. And I have a question about where that information came from.
Oh, okay. Thank you. That's okay. Good evening.
Hello.
Hi.
Courtney Borden, City Assessor. That verbiage actually came from the state of Michigan, the state tax.
So that is exactly that information. All right, because I didn't recall seeing that the first time.
Yep.
The next paragraph. The application for consideration must be received by the assessor's office at least one day prior to the last session of the board. Wait a minute. Sorry. Weird things. Kirk Prophet wants me to email him. Weird.
What, Steve?
Well, that just
I
came
know, it just
across
popped up, I'm sure, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
At least one day prior to the last session of the board of review, the application can be made by mail. So that's clear. I'm not sure what this note is meaning, but poverty exemption is not prohibited. That's straightforward. The paragraph, I think, is 9, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. The poverty threshold for eligibility for poverty exemption is a figure which is equal to the U.S. Department of HUD, State of Michigan, for the previous year. When we discussed this last time, we set a different record. So that's what we did the year before last year, was to make it go by the poverty guidelines, and we came up with another. We basically made it 30% of the AMI, which raised that almost twofold.
Yeah, let's take that out of there.
Okay. So I propose
I
that.
concur.
Yeah,
I think that might have accidentally been old verbiage left in the application previously,
Okay.
so.
Oh, the first line, right? Oh, the first sentence?
Right. For the income property owner. Right. So two things. One, that the first sentence, the poverty threshold for eligibility for a poverty exemption is a figure equal to 30% of the AMI. And I'm not sure that's HUD. I don't know where the state of Michigan comes into that, but let's get rid of that. But just say that it's equal to the 30% of AMI.
That's a motion?
That's a motion.
Amendment to amend, okay. Is there a second?
Support.
All right, any discussion on the amendment? Pretty straightforward. Seeing none, Clerk Kalinga, please call the roll.
Councilmembers J. Simmons.
Yes.
Councilmember King.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen.
Yes.
Mayor Brown.
Yes.
Councilmember Sweet.
Yes.
Councilmember Tucson.
Yes.
Councilmember D. Simmons.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
All right, next, Mayor Pro Tem.
So the next sentence in that paragraph, to be eligible for poverty exemption from property taxes, the income of the property owner household must be less than the poverty threshold for the number of persons within the household, and the poverty less than the 30% AMI should go in there too, or that whole thing should be stricken. And I'm not sure, Courtney.
I would recommend that the whole thing be stricken because household number 1 and number 2, we kind of created and recommended that as city council. The rest of it, we're following the federal poverty guidelines. So the 30% verbiage actually came from mirroring off the Ann Arbor HUD guidelines. So I would just strike that whole paragraph from the application.
So then the
Including the previous one that we just amended, you just, this whole chunk should come out.
Yeah.
that leaves us without a trigger.
Hmm.
And so part of the other issue is that the table that comes.
That wasn't in our previous application over the past 11 years. That paragraph was added when we switched to mirror Ypsilanti Township based on the Ann Arbor HUD guidelines. So.
So it's been carrying through without that paragraph for this time.
Okay.
So if we set,
So I think our main objectives that we want to look at, based on recommendation from staff, is the home income limits, if you guys are in agreement with those, with the raise in those. The asset test, we have to have a maximum dollar amount asset test listed in our application to be compliant with the state, which if we're mirroring similar to Superior and Ypsilanti Township or our surrounding community, which Ypsi Township is the biggest surrounding community, they are at 25,000 maximum for an asset test. The other thing is that Mr. Wilcoxen, I did research the law better for 25, 50, and 100. And we did include that in our application so that board review will have that opportunity to do 25, 50, or 100. So those are the three main key things coming back tonight.
Okay.
That I wanted you guys to see.
Yeah, I was gonna add, that's the number R. I was gonna ask about that.
Yeah.
So, okay.
So does that mean, so right now, we should, you believe we should strike that paragraph completely that we were just talking about?
Yeah.
would that take, oh, we already voted on it, so that.
Yeah, but we could just go back and strike it all. Mr. Barr, would we, is it fine to just go back and then say another amendment to strike it all, even though we just passed an amendment to update it? Oh, okay, all right.
I will amend my amendment to strike that paragraph that starts with the poverty threshold for eligibility and ends with persons within the household.
And this was paragraph 9?
Yes.
So strike the entire paragraph.
Yes.
Is there support?
Support.
All right. Is there discussion? No. Thank you. Clerk, you can call the roll when you're ready.
Councilmember King,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen,
Yes.
Mayor Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Sweet,
Yes.
Councilmember Tucson,
Yes.
Councilmember D. Simmons,
Yes.
Councilmember J. Simmons. Motion carries unanimously.
So are there other changes that need to occur? All right.
This is hard because we've got a small.
Councilmember D. Simmons, you can go. We'll come back to you, Mayor Pro Tem. Go ahead.
As you find your next thing.
I know, right?
Yeah, so my question, so I'm glad you lifted that up because I saw this back in the applicants that meet the income asset qualifications will have the taxable value reduced by 25, 50, or 100. So I just wanted to ask for a little bit more about that because one of the things we were talking about it before would be like what would be the basis for determining which percentage or how that would sit. So I was just wondering about what you found out and what that looks like moving forward.
What I'm not sure, and I can provide to you guys. I did provide with my info tonight was Bulletin 3 of 2021. And if you read through it, it really doesn't state what that cost would be. And I think the reason I wasn't at the previous council meeting when years ago when 50% was applied, but I feel that was the uniform and medium middle route to take as granting everyone 50% of taxable value relief if they were approved for this hardship, because the law, it doesn't necessarily clearly state other than the information they provide, what income they fall under, how they pick 25, 50, or 100. And I think we settled on 50, and that's what my director was saying last time here when he said we picked one, was because it was uniform. It created uniformity. But I added the verbiage back in because that does state, the law does state they can grant 25, 50, and 100, so.
Thank you. Further questions, Councilmember D. Simmons? No, sorry, I couldn't see you. Mayor Pro Tem, do you have more?
Yeah, in regards to that, when we talked about this at the last meeting, I had circulated a spreadsheet that had the guidelines in the piece that you put in to our packet, where it delineates the 25, 50, and 100%. It says that the city council should set criteria for how that happens. And so I had proposed at the last meeting that the formulas that the city of Ann Arbor uses to determine that be adopted. And I don't have that spreadsheet up, but thank you.
Aren't you guys so kind?
So in that, the relief percentage was 25% if income was greater than 75% of the Ann Arbor poverty limit, 50% relief if 125% of the federal poverty limit was the bottom end, and the income was less than 75% of the Ann Arbor poverty limit, and then 100% could be granted if income was less than 125% of the federal poverty limit. And so I would propose that those be the triggers for those different levels of relief. I don't know how I'm going to put that into a motion for you, but
Mr. Barr?
That's different than other statute indicates. What were your figures again, please?
the figures were in order to qualify for 25% of relief, if the income was greater than 75% of the Ann Arbor poverty level.
So you're setting standards.
Right.
Maybe you can do that.
Yeah. 50% relief if the income is between 125% of the federal poverty level at the low end and 75% of the Ann Arbor poverty level at the high end. And 100% if the income is less than 125% of the federal poverty level.
So you're giving standards to the board, and the statute doesn't give the standards. So I believe that's appropriate.
And I guess I need to clarify because I have to have this application available for applicants. I've been promising them it for a couple weeks now. When you're talking about Ann Arbor guidelines, just so I understand clearly, we're using now back to, we were on the initially, the first meeting we had, I had the Ann Arbor guidelines set forth for you guys, but then we went back to the federal poverty guidelines. So when I have a 3-person household come in and they're under $23,000 or just, right at that amount, they qualify. So I guess I'm confused on what you're saying with your percentages versus Ann Arbor income limits when we're using federal poverty.
So my understanding is that the federal poverty limits are at 13, for a single person, are at $13,590. What we had done last year was the equivalent of that, which was $12,880. And then we had proposed to have that go up to $24,750. That's very similar to what Ann Arbor is. And so I would like to start from that, what Ann Arbor's is, and insert that for us. So that 30% AMI was in the table that I presented, and it runs 24,750, 28,300 for 2 people, 31,850 for 3 people, and use that as the Ypsilanti poverty level rather than the Ann Arbor poverty level. The federal poverty level is much lower than that, and so that that makes sense.
I think we're talking about 2 different things. I think you're talking about the income limits.
Yep.
And I think Courtney is talking about the asset limits. Because we talked about
Nope, I'm actually speaking on the income limits.
the asset limits being 2020, and then I think it started at 23.
Right.
Yeah.
But that would
That's what the resolution reads as for income limits right now. So I think that those got put in as asset limits per household. But I think the income limit is where we're talking about the 24, like that's the actual household income.
Right. I'm clear on that.
Okay.
That whole table needs to go away because this 100%, 50%, and 20% has taken the place of that one where we said 2020, and that's the assets. It's mislabeled in this resolution.
Yes.
But the income levels should be, gosh, I don't know how we're going to get this into the record. It's like,
So wait, can I just, oh gosh, I just want to clarify. So, so when we talked about this last time, we worked out this asset limit and we made those changes because of the understanding that we couldn't do the 25, 50, 100. If we knew that we could do that, we might have done something a little different in terms of identifying what would be the standards for someone getting 100, 50, and 25. Now, the way they did it based on income, but we were talking about assets, right? I'm just trying to.
There's 2 parts. They're both there. They're both part of it. Yeah.
And so are you suggesting that the table that we had talked about in terms of the assets, that we would not move forward with that, and instead we would focus on income for these different percentages of 25, 50, and 100?
If I may, I just have to, just so we're in compliant. I'm not sure if you guys have ever heard of an AMAR review. It's when the state audits the assessing office and assessors every 4 years. So we have an AMAR audit coming up next year. We have to have an income threshold table. If we want to set our own numbers, we can, if you guys would like to do that. We just can't go below the federal poverty guidelines, but we can definitely set our own table. But we have to have a table in there with those income thresholds. And then we have to have an asset test stating a maximum amount of money that will allow. So we
have to have both of those.
So
Yeah.
we cannot remove the
we can't remove the table, but we can reinvent the table if we want.
So for the income triggers, we had proposed that we increase that from the federal levels, which are at about $13,000, starting at $13,000, to 30% of the AMI, which is listed as single person household is 24,750. Two-person household is 28,300. Three people is 31,850. Four people is $35,350. Five people is $38,200. Six people is $41,050. Seven people is $43,850, and eight people is $46,700. And then for each additional person on that, I forgot what I had proposed. Yep.
So are you trying just to use the Ann Arbor income thresholds?
Theirs was different.
Yours was different, but is that what you want to switch the income thresholds to?
Or do you want them to be the numbers you just stated?
Yeah.
I want them to be the numbers I just stated.
Because the numbers that are in this chart right now are not it.
Right.
Okay.
What I
Modified
would,
that.
Right, yeah.
what I would suggest is tabling this resolution until later in the meeting, and then make your amendments on that, and then just replace that resolution. So you can work on it while we go through the rest of this, because I'm gonna be honest with you, I have no idea what you're talking about with your amendments.
This is why I was asking at the beginning, can I just rework this and we bring it up at the next meeting? But I
The time
appreciate
table.
it.
wanna
'Cause
try to get it
yeah,
out.
I thought when you said you had amendments that we were like ready to just plug them in there.
It was a
Okay.
little- a lot,
Yeah,
yeah.
it's a lot, it's a lot. So, okay.
I'm still gonna need
All
that.
right.
Oh, you can have it.
So we make
Can
a
we have
motion to,
table it to the, what, the end of the meeting? You have to stay? I'm sorry, Courtney. Can we,
But you don't have to table it to the end of the meeting. You can table it till you're done, and then after that
You just stick it
resolution
in.
we're on, you just say,
all
I'm
right,
going to
okay.
take
Can
this off the
someone
table.
put that motion forward to table it till Mayor Pro Tem is done? And we'll bring it back, which could be the end of the meeting, but it's fine.
I'm motion to table this resolution until Mayor Pro Tem is finished with his amendments.
Thank you.
support.
Quick question for you guys, if you don't mind, because I know we have a lot on the agenda tonight, and I also want to make sure I'm clear, because I have to, like I said, retype this and pass this out. When you had mentioned earlier, March Board Review, my first date of appeals is on March 14th. Do we think we could have something prior to March 14th, so you don't feel rushed listening to other things on the agenda tonight and trying to rewrite this?
You thought you needed this like today.
Well, in a
kinda
perfect,
do,
in
yeah.
a perfect world, yes. But our first board review appeal date is March 14th.
But folks need to be able to see this before that.
We would like to have it made available to them. It'll be a little more crunch time on me to go through them, but that's okay. As long as we make a clear-cut decision and we're not like having to come back and.
Sure.
We have a meeting
We have a meeting on the 28th,
Right.
And
next Tuesday.
next Tuesday, February 28th. Okay.
So we
So-
can take care of this at that date when I was there. I will redo this.
Thank you.
Send it to you.
Because I think once the amendments are done, we're good to go with this.
Yeah, I think everybody was
Thank you
agreed
so
and
much.
printed.
Yeah, I
All
just.
right.
And
for
make
every-
sure the right tables are there.
Yeah.
So, can we get a friendly to just table to the 28th, or do they have to redo this?
Table, it just brings it up to the next meeting, so just put it on the next agenda.
Oh, so we just subtract
You can
the.
just, you can
so-
just do till a date certain of the 28th.
So we just subtract the until Mayor Pro Tem's done piece and just table it.
Well, tabling it is a motion in itself. It's just, you just remove it from the table.
Oh, wonderful. Even better. Okay.
I would like to retract my motion.
Okay.
Would that work?
It's fine.
And move to table this until our next meeting on February 28th.
Thank you. Is there support for that?
Support.
All right. Do we need to vote on this? All right. Well, Andrew, you are like doing a lot, so take your time, please.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen,
Yes.
Mayor Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Sweet,
Yes.
Councilmember Tucson,
Yes.
Councilmember D. Simmons,
Yes.
Councilmember J. Simmons, Councilmember King.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you all.
Can you send me the Word file? You got one? Fine.
Okay, perfect. Councilmember D. Simmons, you have our next resolution. Yes. Thank you all so much for working that out. All right.
Resolution number 2023-029, resolution to restore worker freedom and repeal anti-union right to work for less. Resolved by the Council of the City of Ypsilanti, whereas unions increase wages, benefits, safety, and protections for all workers, but especially women, people of color, immigrants, and the LGBTQ community in areas where our non-discrimination laws continue to fall short. And whereas in 1961, Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. stated that the purpose of false slogans such as right to work is to destroy labor unions and the freedom of collective bargaining by which unions have approved white wages and working conditions for everyone. And whereas in 2012, the Michigan legislature enacted anti-worker, anti-union right to work, excuse me, without holding a single public hearing and with the aim of crippling the ability of unions to fairly represent all members of a collective bargaining unit. And whereas dozens of other anti-worker laws passed during the Engler and Snyder administrations have made it harder for working people to make a living and to be safe at work. And whereas the Snyder administration's systematic erosion of collective bargaining rights for teachers, first responders, and public sector employees has made it even more challenging for governments to attract and retain new talent and for workers to provide for their families. And whereas there has been no evidence in the past decade that the enactment of these laws has improved wages or working conditions for Michigan workers. And whereas the COVID-19 pandemic in particular has made paramount the failings of workplace safety standards and inadequate protections for workers on the job, and the importance placed on public health and workplace safety. And now, therefore, be it resolved that this body affirms its support for workers in their right to organize, and in expressing those values, urges the legislature to restore worker freedom. And be it further resolved that the City of Ypsilanti joins the millions of Michigan workers and urges the Michigan legislature to immediately repeal PA 348 of 2012 and PA 349 of 2012. Be it finally resolved that the City Council or the City of Ypsilanti directs the city clerk to forward copies of this resolution to the Michigan State Legislative Delegation and Governor Whitmer. I so move.
Support.
Moved and supported. Any discussion or comments on this resolution?
I do.
Councilmember Jason.
I hate this law, and I'm glad to have this brought forward and send this message along to our state legislatures. I hope they do something about this.
Thank you. Any other comments from council members?
Ditto.
Ditto, yeah. Yeah, I was really glad when I saw Councilmember D. Simmons bring this forward, and I was happy to support getting this on the agenda because, yeah, like Derek said earlier, we gotta strengthen and refortify our unions, and so repealing this is the way, a step in the right direction. Any further comment? All right, Councilmember D. Simmons.
Just right quick, I just want to appreciate it being brought to my attention by our union friends, and to continue bringing things forward. You all make it easy because you come with a template. So for everyone else, we can move real fast if you come with a template.
Absolutely.
But anyway, but still appreciate that, and hopefully other municipalities will follow suit, and that we'll be able to put enough pressure so that our legislature also moves quickly with a template. Thank you.
Thank you. If there are no further comments, ditto. Councilmember D. Simmons. Clerk Hillinger, you can call the roll.
Mayor Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Sweet,
Yes.
Councilmember Tucson,
Yes.
Councilmember D. Simmons,
Oh, yeah, I forgot that.
Voting.
the vote.
Not to tell you how to vote or anything.
I know. Wait, can I make a quick amendment? It's just so quick. Okay, I have to wait. I can't do it. Okay, sorry. Yes.
Councilmember J. Simmons,
Yes.
Councilmember King,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Sorry, unfortunately, when we get to voting, we can no longer deliberate.
Yeah, because there's,
Yeah.
got
Councilmember King, you have the next resolution.
Resolution number 2023-030, resolved by the Council of the City of Ypsilanti, whereas funding has been programmed in the local streets fund for pavement prevention maintenance in the City of Ypsilanti, and whereas the City of Ypsilanti has solicited sealed bids for the project, and whereas Wolverine Seal Coating is the lowest qualified bidder and is being recommended by the city's engineering consultant for this project. Now therefore be it resolved that the City of Ypsilanti awards the 2023 pavement preventative maintenance contract to Wolverine Seal Coating for the bid of $70,200. That the mayor and the city clerk are authorized to sign this contract, subject to review by the city attorney, and any change orders are subject to review and approval by the city manager to facilitate the completion of this work up to the originally budgeted amount. I so move.
Support.
It's been moved and supported. Good evening, Director Wessler.
Every time.
I gotta do it every time. I love it.
Crack up every time.
I know, like.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council. I'm just here if you have any questions. I'm happy to explain seal coating and bidding and everything your heart desires.
Oh, any questions from Councilmember D. Simmons? Oh, you had some too? The Simmons are on fire.
I know. All right, so I have I have two questions. I just wanted to I'm trying to understand like what the crack sealing is by what I've seen. Like, is that where you kind of like put maybe just tell me what it is. And
So crack sealing, so over time, asphalt pavement develops cracks and fissures. One way those eventually turn into potholes and sinkholes is that water gets in, expands the cracks, they get worse and worse over time. In order to stall that process, you can blow the dirt out of those cracks and basically put in goop, liquidy caulk.
Oh, that's that
basically,
black
into
stuff.
that. You fill it all up and then you sort of paint a little bit on the top to really seal it. And so that's overband crack sealing. You're sealing the crack with this goop and then making sure it's sealed up on the top as well.
Okay.
And so when you go out on the roads and you see something that looks like a death metal band logo, that's crack sealing.
What's when they put the crackly stuff in there? What's that called?
Sprinkles.
That is,
flies up and pops your windshield.
yes, so that is, depending on what it is, it can be microsurfacing, resurfacing. But that is basically a two-phase process. It won't work well in the city and most of our places. We did try it a few years ago because you basically spray down a glue and then you spray down gravel over chip sealing. So that's another word for it. And then you spray down a fine coat of gravel. That tends to not work well for pedestrians, for bicyclists, motorcyclists especially hate it, and it ends up in our storm sewers, so it's not good stuff. But we are looking at some other options for extending the life of our pavement, because that's where we're at.
And are we required to go with the lowest bidder? Is that a requirement that we have? I'm just wondering, because I know in here it says that it's being recommended to go with the lowest bidder, but we did have more funded, and I don't have any evidence that Wolverine Seal Coating, that it's like not great work or anything like that. I'm just wondering about it so that we don't have to redo this again.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So they were the lowest by a pretty significant amount. We do check the references of the people who bid, and that helps us determine who's a qualified bidder. There's other parts of the bid process that serve as sort of checks and balances, like do they submit a bid bond? Do they have insurance? Fun things like that. I believe we have a local purchasing resolution, policy, or ordinance. I'm not sure which of the three it is, that allows us a certain amount of wiggle room when the prices are within, I want to say 5%. This is off the top of my head.
The answer is we're required to go with the lowest responsible bidder.
Lowest responsible.
far more succinct than what I was saying. So thank you, Mr. Brown.
Further questions, D. Simmons? You don't have a question? Oh,
I was just gonna say, have we had where we go through this bid process and then people wind up needing, like, requesting more because they're not able to complete the work based on the bid they put forward?
Very rarely.
Okay.
And we make them justify it.
Mm-hmm.
So, and it's an unpleasant process for all involved.
Thank you.
all right, thank you. Further questions or comments from council? I'm scanning the room. All right, thank you. Seeing none, Clerk Kalanga?
Councilmember Sweet,
Yes.
Mayor Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember D. Simmons,
Yes.
Councilmember J. Simmons,
Yes.
Councilmember King,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen,
Yes.
Councilmember Tucson.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Councilmember Sweet?
I'd like to move to extend our meeting time to 11 p.m.
Been moved. Is there a second?
Yes.
Thank you. All in favor of extending to 11 p.m., please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. All right. Thank you. We're extended to 11 p.m. Councilmember Sweet, you have our next resolution.
Resolution number 2023-031. Resolved by the Council of the City of Ypsilanti, whereas Avalon Housing has submitted a 4% pilot request for the next 50 years to redevelop 206-210 North Washington Street for affordable housing, and whereas the City of Ypsilanti Community Benefits Ordinance number 1325 would regulate that request if not already expired, and whereas Avalon has proposed 8 units of affordable housing at 30% AMI or less and 14 units at 60% or less for a total of 22 units. And whereas City Council can choose to ask Avalon to follow the expired community benefits ordinance or hear the incentive request on its own without convening a committee to negotiate with the developers. And now, therefore, be it resolved that the Ypsilanti City Council agrees to hear this pilot request without convening a community benefits committee intended to negotiate with the developer. This is a weird one because there's an or. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Ypsilanti City Council approves requesting the developer to follow the Community Benefits Ordinance number 1325 and convening a Community Benefits Committee to negotiate with the developer, and I so move. Oh, you gotta pick one?
You gotta pick it.
How am I supposed to pick one?
Me too.
We'll go with the first one.
Can you
Restate it.
Yeah.
Now, therefore, be resolved that the City Council agrees to hear the pilot request without convening a Community Benefits Committee intended to negotiate with the developer, and I so move.
Without.
Okay,
you
sorry,
said.
just one picture.
So it's been moved. Is there a second?
I support.
Thank you. Thank you. Hello, Mr. Jacobs.
Good evening,
Hello.
Mayor and City Council. Good to be with you again. I think I can skip kind of some of the background here. Most folks are familiar with Avalon submitting an RFP for affordable housing at 206-210 North Washington and how the project has weaved its way through ZBA, HDC, and Planning Commission. And now we reach the finance portion of the project. And so this really came to a head because there was an incentive request for a 4% pilot made by Avalon, and the community benefits ordinance would usually kick in if it were not expired as of October 2021. And so rather than subject the applicant to an expired ordinance and process, I decided with the city manager to bring the issue to council and let you folks make that decision. A few notes. Avalon is submitting for LIHTC credits with MSHDA, and that application happens in April. There is another application, I think 6 months later, so it's not like we missed the chance altogether. But it is somewhat time sensitive because of that, and I think there's a competing set of responsibilities to the applicant and to the community. One of the reasons why we thought it may be appropriate to bring this question is because of the deep, broad affordability offered by this particular project from the outset. 30% was more affordable than any other community benefits agreement. And it's broader affordability. And the pilot request is a modest one. You know, when you do the financial analysis to consider what this would be on a unit cost annually, you know, the question does become rather simple. And so when you look at this, you know, I could easily see wanting to convene a community benefits ordinance. However, the process by which that would have to unfold over 2 readings and then 30 days before it takes effect, and then 60 days of meetings, process took much longer before. This really does put us out a ways. And that's okay if it's the will of council. But I want everyone to be aware of sort of what our options are and aware of the financial implications of a 4% pilot, and make that decision with the best information available. Problem.
I'm starting this way. Council questions. Councilmember D. Simmons.
Yes, thank you. So I have a few different things to say on this. One is that both of the projects that we just went through the CBA process on, both happened while the CBO was expired. And so I guess I'd say, well, what makes this that different? I would also say that the 845, 945 Clark Road development was also, I don't know, was also an affordable housing development, just like this one as well. And that during that process, some of the things that we put forward were also things that were not monetary in value, but also about quality of life and different kinds of things for the protections of the folks in the space, and some other kind of probably cool and different things that we wouldn't have thought of with outside of that process. And so to me, I wouldn't want, you know, I wouldn't want to forego that completely, because then we actually miss out on the opportunity to actually talk about all these other things. And I also see the CBO process as being a great way for the community to be educated about the process as we go along. I also, this is another complicated one for me, because I feel like I've been in different roles within this. I both was within the group that helped to protect $100,000 that the city was able to use to buy this property in order to put forward affordable housing. And so I feel a sense to that, as well as the group that also put forward the CBO. And there's really good reasons for that. And the concern I also have is that once we start, there will be other developers, not Avalon, who will also bring the same kind of question up. I very much agree that we need to work on the CBO and get it back on the books. I've already started conversations with folks around wanting to do that. But I don't think that has to happen before we actually go through the process of bringing folks into the conversation. I do have a question. This is another question for you, Mr. Barr, which is, or anyone else who knows, but the way I remember it, or not so much the way I remember it. So the last time we went through this process, there was both a vote that was on the community benefits ordinance as well as on the pilot, that those were 2 separate votes. Yes. So a question I have is whether, in terms of the timing, the way the timing was before, it was the CBA first and then the pilot was after, but does it have to be that way? Could a committee, you know, form and then actually deal with maybe the pilot first and then continue on with their process?
Yes, that would be possible. But there is a separate vote on the pilot.
Mm-hmm. So that would be what I would recommend, actually, would be that we don't forego the whole process, but that we maybe amend it so that there could be the conversation around the pilot, and that maybe we could then vote on that contingent on the outcome of the CBA overall.
Thank you. I'm sorry, my brain is processing that. Other comments or questions from council? Councilmember Sweet.
This is a interesting one, obviously. I do feel like looking at the information that was given to us, that as much as creating the process, which I agree with Councilmember Simmons' comments, that probably needs to be restarted, right? But if we're looking at, I mean, reading what we have, you know, submitting an application by April 3rd, like that's realistically in just over like 30 days. So to get that process up and running and done by then is definitely not within the timeline. And knowing that, you know, the approval of a pilot weighs heavily on the application from Avalon, who I think to all of our background dealings is a well-vetted, established developer, excuse me. So I think that the CBO process is beneficial and good and probably needs to be restarted, but I don't know that this process like this current on the table that we're discussing right now project has a timeline that's going to fit with that, and it's going to slow us down.
So before, I'm sorry, before, are you done, Councilmember?
Yeah, I'm done. Sorry.
No, I wanted, I just, you know, the cue. I just want to like clarify, well, you did raise your hand, so I'm asking you, that you're asking that there's a possibility that we could approve the pilot, but then also still utilize the CBA process down the line.
I don't know if it would be for
I
this
would say
development or for, I'm saying for future, probably at this point.
what I'm saying is that we don't not do the CBA, that we do go through that process, but that we lift up this question of the pilot at the earlier end so that they can then decide, and then council could vote on that separate from the rest of the CBA, while the rest of, you know, while there's the rest of the process that they might go through, but that we just lift this up as something that happened earlier. So that's what I was proposing, is that we actually don't do what's on the table and we still say we're going to go through our process, but that we then try to push this forward so that the pilot can actually be approved earlier. Whereas last time that happened after the CBA was completed. The things I would also bring up in this space, which is that, I mean, I know I've had conversations with Avalon about this before, about the CBO, how it would impact. And so the other question I have then is, why is it taking so long to come to this place? Because this has been in the sphere of knowledge for longer time, because I know what conversations I've been a part of. So that would be a question. Like, you know, I feel like, you know, I'm going to say this right now, right? You know, in my everyday life, we talk about white supremacist culture. And one of those things that helps to push it is a sense of urgency. And so one way we work around that is to not create a sense of urgency. And so I want to name it, because what I feel like is that this conversation is not brand new. And we're being told that there's a very specific deadline that then would supersede the practice, what has been told to me is our best practice at the city. When I've had conversations with other staff members. And so now we're looking at a sense of urgency to do something different for one developer who, yes, it could be great, but that doesn't mean that they can't improve. And that doesn't mean that the community might not say, hey, we want, I don't know, like it'd be great if you put out, you know, a statue of ducks in front of it because it sounds good and whatever. And that could be something they could do with the community, saying that this would make us feel really good about it, right? So the other question I have, the last thing I'll raise, which is, regardless of going through this too, as we think about the timeline, whether Avalon would be willing to move forward with the CBO process, even, you know, if we approve the pilot, if they actually will go through that process as they expected to from the beginning. And I think what we want, like, to me, it's already so new. If we already start making exemptions and everything like that, it makes it feel really weak to me of what we're trying to do in the city.
So touch on
Okay,
those
hold on.
questions?
I have a question.
Mr. Jacobs, go
Can
ahead.
I answer the two things that I heard come up in that question? The timing of the request and would Avalon participate in a community benefits ordinance process? Absolutely. That was the expectation from the outset, is that they 100% would. They're enthusiastic about it, not reluctant whatsoever. Two, the timing of it. It's not done to create a sense of urgency bringing this now. The reason for it coming now is because the pilot was requested on February 2nd, formally from Avalon. 4% with shelter rents, with a pro forma, with the required information to process the request. We knew in concept that they would be seeking a pilot. However, I didn't feel comfortable moving forward with an expired ordinance because I don't know that those community benefits agreements are even enforceable that we've already done. It leaves them in a really precarious situation where if the developer decided that they didn't want that level of affordability and it's not required because our ordinance was expired, it leaves the development in a really, really weird place. So I don't know that to be a concern about the ones that have already been approved, but it's a concern moving forward that if we request them to follow an expired ordinance, whether that's an even enforceable agreement.
It's enforceable. We could do whatever we want as a practice.
All right, so council is having a conversation, so let's do that.
So
Are you?
that's sort of the timing and why it's pertinent now, because I don't want to put us in a precarious situation with an expired ordinance and an agreement based on that.
I'm gonna go to Mayor Pro Tem, and then I'm gonna come to you, Councilmember Sweet.
A question for Mr. Barr to address that answer is like, those agreements are standing contract. To me, that supersedes whether the ordinance was expired. They had the opportunity at the beginning, for the ones that we've already been through, they had the opportunity at the beginning to agree to go through it or not to go through it, and now they've signed a contract, so it's binding.
Yeah, and I don't think Christopher said the previous ones. You meant going forward.
Yeah, and moving forward. And so I wonder moving forward, and I don't know about those previous ones, you know, given the ordinance was expired. But going forward, I feel like it's a really shaky ground to rest going through that process on, given the ordinance is expired. And so it would be a voluntary process until the ordinance is in place. And, you know, to Desiree's point about trying to do the pilot request first, it's tricky because what iteration of the community benefits ordinance shall we follow? The one as written? Because that would never allow for the pilot request to be processed in time because of how those meetings are mandated and how that committee is to be convened.
And then, Mr. Barr, were you gonna respond to?
Yes, in regard to Mayor Pro Tem's question, a legal contract requires an offer, acceptance, and consideration. And if you have those three things, then other things being equal, you have a valid contract that can be enforced. And so what, in this case, you'd have to look at, was there an offer, was there an acceptance and consideration? From the little I know about that, I believe that there was.
Thank you. Councilmember Sweet.
I was gonna ask a question to Councilmember Simmons about, so your thought process and suggestion was, just so I'm understanding this correctly, I think I misunderstood what you said, was to, if we approve a pilot, if that was to be done first, and then following that, establish and have Avalon go through a CBO process with already having the pilot part, so that they're separate pieces. Is that what you're saying?
That wasn't what I was suggesting.
That changes my original comments if that's what you were talking about. If it's I don't know if we are even able to do that.
So we
I guess
do
that's-
know, we do, so Attorney Barr said that we can, they are separate votes and so it could happen. What I was suggesting was that we still convene the CBO, because we could say we're going to do that. And then that puts into process the meeting to do the nominations and all of that. So what I was suggesting was just that we do this, but that we put forward to the group this concern, this issue, and ask that this be, you know, so the way the meetings went, there's like all these different parts, right? And it kind of started with just like information from the developer, you know, all these different things. But I would just say to move this part forward first, so that then they can make a recommendation on it, and that would be something we could then vote on that separately, while allowing for the fuller process to take the time that it would take.
So, that's a clarifying question.
Clerk Kalanga,
I just have a process question. So a pilot is an ordinance. So council will pass the ordinance, have a second reading, and then that pilot will take effect 30 days following that ordinance. So then we're going to negotiate something that council already approved.
yeah, because how do you
There's
negotiate?
no leverage for negotiation.
Right. That was going to be my question, that if we pass the pilot, even though we said we're going to do the process, you've already given the incentive. So then there's really, I mean, you're negotiating because we can, but it doesn't mean that anything would change. 'Cause
I mean, I guess it would be like a good faith,
right,
effort.
So you're saying
to say
during the
that we
process,
want
for the process to engage folks and maybe add additional things, but knowing that we could, because we don't know if we're going to vote yes or no on any of that, we could proceed with the pilot regardless of that. That's what it
Yeah, well, because I was thinking about so I think the difference for me between, and I'm trying to think through this a little bit now, right? But I think the difference to me between council, like now saying, yes, let's go forward with this pilot, and then whatever, that to me leaves like no, like then what? Then that's it. When does the community come into the conversation if we just decide now? Whereas in my mind, I was thinking about if we still went through the process with this, if we still went through to set up the CBA ad hoc committee, and and I would also, well, anyway, we went through the process to set up the ad hoc committee, but then put this in front of them as, maybe the first part of business, to consider that at least then they're already in process. So I recognize, I totally understand that it's like the idea of like, well, did we already take away like the food that will nourish this process because we said you already got it? But if we actually go through and we're like, we know that this is whatever, but I mean, to be fair, right? Council, staff, the city has already put forward a lot of good faith work to help this development to happen. We just we worked on our ordinances to help this development happen. So I think that we're putting forward a lot of things to help this development happen. And all I'm saying is I don't want to remove our community process, which is something that differentiates Ypsilanti as, as practice and work in this field of developer and community interaction. I don't want to say that we're just not going to do it. That's my feeling on it. I would love if we can be creative in thinking about how we can make all the things happen, if possible. And also, if the timing doesn't work, there will be another time.
Okay. So with all of that, I understand, but I just want to be clear that we understand that if that is what we were to do, there would be no guarantee that what came out of those, I don't believe, I would say in good faith, I would hope that they would do the things when we do it. But based on legalese, there would be no guarantee that would make it into the proposal, the plan, because we'd have already approved the pilot. So I just want to make sure that folks understand that part, while I understand exactly what you are saying.
Yes. And we don't, right? And we don't know, right, if having this pilot actually helps or not, right? It could help it and it could not. Like, so, and also the practice of going through these processes, both of the projects that have gone through them have wound up having the pilots, pass. So, yeah. So anyway, I'm happy to like think about what that looks like. But to me, the removal of the community negotiation process feels like a really big step to do to continue to just get this one development done, when I feel certain that other folks would then would also come forward around a timeline issue. I also think that there's things that we could, and I definitely would be willing to look at the ordinance in terms of some of the timing, to think about like things that we could do, because we already know that we need to revise it in order to kind of get that started, but to think about whether there are things that we could adjust for this process as we're in revision mode as well.
Okay, thank you. So I have some thoughts around some of the things that have been said about the impact of the pilot on the potential of having positive impact. So I had some conversations with folks, and we talked in, the pilot does matter in this process, and it's a point system. So there are additional points given for applications or whatever the language is, if you have a pilot in place, if you've been approved for that. So it actually does matter, because Avalon could end up with less points, being less competitive in the process. Correct me if I'm wrong, Christopher, if they do not have this in place by this application deadline.
Correct.
April, I don't know if that's the date. We've said so many things, but by the deadline. My mind is still milling around what an alternative process could look like. Yeah. But I also want us to get back to what is on the table around, like, okay, so we have a resolution on the floor. We have information about the needs and the requests. And so are there other council members whose voices have not been lifted that would like to give an opinion, give commentary before we make a decision on what was put forth by Councilmember Sweet with the resolution? If not, there is room for folks to make an amendment, but I just want to move us forward because we have a lot more to do here. And if that means that we need to alter some things, do something different, I would like us to get there.
I just want to clarify, in bringing this, it wasn't to create an unfair urgency situation or to circumvent the community benefits ordinance long-term. It was merely to respond to this particular request for a pilot.
Mayor Pro Tem, I see you. You had your hand up, right?
Mm-hmm. Oh, are you done?
Yeah,
Okay.
sorry.
Well, it looked like you were thought you were going to say something, so I'm just letting you go.
I'm thinking. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I'm thinking. Okay.
I appreciate the comments of Desiree. Being consistent about this, whatever the expiration is, is important, and I think that goes without saying. But putting the cart before the horse and taking the incentive and approving the incentive and then going through with it, I don't. No matter how well intentioned, that pilot was there for leverage. That's what that's all about. And so if you give it big leverage, then there's nothing going on. Having said that, one of the things that in here that that came up in previous iterations of the CBO is that the structure for the pilot versus the service agreements. So the service agreement is mentioned in here, but it's not presented to what that structure is and how much that would be. And so I would need to see that before I would even vote on this. So I would vote no on this because that doesn't have any, that information is not there. And so I would like to see how that would be captured if we're going to go the route that we did with Clark Road, where it was a very nominal, pilot up front, but then the service agreement came after that. I would need to see that before I could vote on that.
That is the model that we're working under if it were to be advanced after this council meeting, where the pilot would be $100 like Clark Road, and the emergency services agreement would be the total of the pilot capture, so that we don't miss out on monies that would otherwise end up at county entities and such. So the emergency services agreement would really be the thing that collecting the lion's share, in this case, $7,920 annually based on shelter rents, and not the pilot itself. It follows the exact same model as Clark Road, and it's been reviewed by Mr. Barr.
So I'm sorry, were you
Well, follow-up question is, in Clark Road, I asked for an assessment of what those costs would be for the services. And so I realized that in that case, it was set based on the pilot, but I would like to see some numbers based on what the actual services would be for that amount of people.
Sure.
Is there a possibility of potentially moving forward with the pilot with the potential of like a clawback if the CBO process is not?
I mean, my one thought here is the pilot could be approved, and the sale of the city-owned land or purchase of the property below market value could be the thing upon which you base the incentive to trigger the CBO and get the pilot done now.
Okay.
Say that again?
There's a different trigger. The pilot is a trigger of an incentive, but also the sale of a city-owned property below market value after a certain threshold.
So switch the incentive.
So if the incentive that triggered the CBO after we had a better way of addressing what process we shall follow was the sale and not the pilot, you could still negotiate with some form of leverage over the sale while giving the pilot. Does that make sense, Steve? You look confused.
Yeah, I'm trying to piece this together. So
So if the property was assessed to be worth $100,000 and they wanted to purchase it for $50,000, that would trigger the CBO. And it wouldn't matter that the pilot is already approved. The point of leverage would be the sale of the city-owned property below market value.
I'm not understanding. It seems to me the pilot still triggers that. It's not one or the other. Either one of
It
them.
doesn't trigger anything because it's expired. So, I mean, you could use the leverage of the sale of the property as the incentive.
There's nothing actually in place right now saying it doesn't exist in this moment.
Yeah.
Does that get at your issue?
Yeah, does that help?
In terms of time. So when is the projected sale of this?
After we understand what the community benefits for the requested incentive shall be.
Oh, that's so great.
I know, it's a catch-22, which is why it's before you, and we're not going to make this call administratively. I don't know how you could.
Yeah, because I think that the challenge is that, in my mind, a couple of things. One, if the law were still valid, which it would have been if we didn't have a regressive council that put a sunset on it. So if that had still been the case, then what would we be looking at, right? Because we would then look at something that would automatically go, and if we got the request February 2nd or whatnot, right, that still would have created a challenge. So, what would we have done in that place? Like, what would we have done? How would we have been able to help, or would there not be any recourse? To me, I appreciate the creativity. That's what I was asking for, is some creativity in terms of how we do this. My main thing is, I think it's important. I would think it is important to go through the process, the community process. Each of the CBOs that we've seen, I feel like have come up with some really cool different things and different minds than what we would have come up with just on council. And so I think the idea of, I totally understand, like, I'm fine being like, oh, we can just like have a handshake and say, we're going to go into this in good faith and know that we're going to go through this process. But I appreciate that the idea of these things is carrying this incentive, right? Like that we have to kind of have this as a way to bring folks to the table. And so for me, this would, cover that, in terms of having something that would be held as part of going through the CBA process. So that would satisfy that. My main thing is just that I don't want to remove the community from the process altogether.
That approach would actually allow city council to define what process and do a postmortem of like what worked and what didn't from the last two. That's, I think, what we really want to do is refine that process and make it the best thing it can be, not get rid of it altogether, right? So it would buy you time to be able to do that, because realistically, Avalon's timeline, even after submitting this grant in April, isn't to demo and construct until 2024. And so during that time period between when the pilot or when the LIHTC credits are requested from MISTA and when the property is actually sold, you could work out what community benefits process you want and subject Avalon to that.
Mayor Pro Tem?
So there was a mention earlier of a later date. What is the consequence of going, when is that, June?
Yeah, it's I think it's this fall.
In October.
October. So, and you wouldn't hear back on that until 6 months later. So it might put us out of the construction window for demo and rebuilding in 2024. Could delay the project until 2025.
All right.
Can we bring, oh, sorry.
Go ahead, Councilmember D. Simmons.
It's like getting late, so I'm getting like more hyper,
The longer we take on this, we're gonna be here a long, long time. We have a lot more to go.
I know. So the only, I feel pretty good. I was just gonna see if we could have one of the reps from Avalon say like how this is sounding and if this is something that, in terms of this process, understanding the conversation to this point.
Hello, Michael.
Hello again. I'm going to try to be specific on where I can be and then acknowledge where I'm trying to process what you're doing. So first of all, we had always assumed we would go through the community benefits ordinance, and we're very open to it. And so that's very straightforward for us. I will say, in terms of timing, we didn't submit the request for the pilot until we had a good sense that our planning proposal was likely to go through Planning Commission. We did submit it, I think, a week and a half before the actual commission vote, but we already had a sense that staff at least supported it, because the economics of the pilot depended on how many units. We couldn't submit a pro forma as required until we knew how many units. We couldn't know how many units until we knew our site plan was approved, or at least was likely to be approved. So I sort of want to acknowledge the timing question that you raised. Certainly the additional points we can get if a pilot has been approved are always helpful. We don't know whether we will be successful with those points, whether we would have been successful without those points. So I don't want to either undersell or oversell the importance. I just want to acknowledge that we always try to submit our strongest proposal. So those are the things I can say with a pretty high degree of confidence as to how they would affect what we're doing. Different triggers for the ordinance. I don't know exactly the implications of tying it to the sale. I guess because I haven't thought about it enough, and I just, there's different legal agreements. There's a purchase agreement with the city. There's what we have to submit to the application. And so I just want to be cautious in sort of too cavalierly saying, oh, that's great, no problem. But I want to come back to what I said at the beginning, which is we had always assumed we would go through a community benefits ordinance process. We will do it, whether or not the pilot has been approved, because it's the right thing to do. So I hope that both was specific enough and honest about where I don't know, because I'm just trying to keep up with your conversation.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem?
Could you address the 50-year versus the 30-year that we've been talking about in the past? All of our other pilots were limited to 50 years.
So that did come at a request from us to staff. MISTA typically requires the pilot be the length of their financing. We don't, in all honesty, know exactly which MISTA financing we're going to be applying for, but they just recently issued a new notice of funding availability, and they mentioned 50-year mortgages. So our consistent with past MISTA practices, they would, if that was their mortgage, they would want a 50-year pilot. If we have shorter MISTA financing, we don't necessarily need the full 50 years.
So that's something we can make, we could add that as a contingency, like the pilot would be dependent upon which financing.
So luckily, because you're not actually voting on the pilot this evening, I can not answer that question directly, because my understanding is you actually do adopt a pilot ordinance with language in it. So I don't know how much flexibility can be in the ordinance for MISTA to accept it. But either we can try to learn that answer and give it to staff. But the 50 years came from us based on a MISTA funding opportunity.
Not a question for you, but question for Christopher. If we were to, we are not voting on the pilot tonight, everyone. We are voting on if we want to proceed with the CBO or the ordinance into the agreement process or not. So if we were to change what the incentive is, what would that look like now, like with what we have on the table?
For now, you would vote to proceed with hearing the pilot ordinance without convening a committee, with the intent to readopt a community benefits ordinance the same or with changes, however you feel. And then when the purchase of the property is requested later, then it would trigger the community benefits ordinance, and you would follow that process that you adopt. So by selecting this, it just allows City Council to hear the pilot request without convening a CBO committee. It doesn't replace the CBO committee entirely moving forward with this additional trigger and with the changes that you wish to make.
Okay. Council, where are we? Do we want to vote on this as it was presented by Councilmember Sweet? Does someone want to amend the language in one of these, in this last paragraph, so that we can move this forward?
The resolution now is to proceed without the CBO.
Correct. I can't do that. So someone would have to make a decision, or I will ask the clerk to call the roll.
All right, so I guess I would motion to amend the I'm trying to think which parts of the language have to be amended, but I guess the main part would be in that now therefore it resolved, to amend it to say if City Council agrees to hear this pilot request with the expectation of convening a community benefits committee, or with the expectation to start the process of convening a community benefits committee moving forward.
Is that clear enough?
Or based on its readoption. I mean, you have time, right? The sale of the city-owned property isn't going to happen in the next month. So.
Go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
I just a question. Can we add a date or the stipulation that this happened before the sale of the property? That the sale of the property is contingent on the CBO.
That's the specificity that I was looking for, that it was contingent on that other incentive. Oh, it's right here, yeah.
So can I make a friendly amendment to your amendment?
Yes. Her amendment? Yes, you supported it.
I support it. So we agree to hear the pilot request with the intention of convening the CBO and the sale of the property is contingent on the CBO process.
Clerk he's doing his thing that he does.
When we say CBO process, this means the current one or one that we developed before?
That's what Christopher is talking
Yeah,
about.
that's what I'm trying to get to the heart of.
We have to reestablish what the process is before we can utilize it.
I feel like my question to that is what is the ultimate timeline too that we would run into? So, thinking about the time, I was like, let's do some work session, let's do the CBO, let's revise it, right? Knowing that would take some time to do. And then obviously the actual committee takes some time, right? So I'm just wondering when are we gonna run into another time block that we need to consider in terms of this? Because I think we can still convene the group without updating the CBO. I think we could do that work concurrently. I would be for if we can finish it, perfect. That's literally the best thing.
So I'm not sure Avalon's timeline for actually owning the property. I imagine it lines up with the financing, right? So you have to own the property to be financed for this project. And so they'd have to demonstrate that at some point after finding out about the LIHTC credits.
And so you said
There's a
that
6
usually takes about
months.
6 months. So if they apply in April, it might be 6 months from April before they find out about whether they get that. And then another 6 months before that would necessarily have to be determined.
Yeah, and I don't want to speak for the professionals who've done this over and over and over again, but that's how I imagine the timeline lining up based on my understanding of it. Can you please clarify?
Hi, thanks. I'm Wendy Carty-Saxon with Avalon Housing, Director of Real Estate Development there. We should find out if we apply in April, maybe June or July. We should find out if we're awarded. And then generally, based on other, putting everything else together, we'd figure we would close early 2024. But then I guess I would say as far as if there's a link more specifically with the purchase agreement or the purchase price, like Michael said, we want to get our heads around it and make sure that we still have sufficient site control for our application. But then beyond that, I guess I would love if there's just sort of a separate timeline for the CBO to have it sooner rather than later so that.
Possible, yeah.
Yeah, as far as from Avalon's perspective, however.
Great, thank you.
So, with that, Andrew, did you get?
Was that?
Yeah.
I have nothing because I would just go with
What it-
just go with
what it-
reading the thing.
what
It's
it said.
But you're gonna approve the pilot, so I don't know that it necessarily matters. You're gonna approve the pilot. You don't even have to approve this really. It's gonna trigger it regardless.
So we don't need to do anything with this resolution because, oh my God, because.
Well, if you want to convene the CBO committee right now, if you pass this
Mhm.
in any way that it's written here, it's going to either not trigger by the pilot, so it's going to wait till another trigger, or it's going to trigger by the pilot and be tied to the
Which is what we don't want. So at the end of the day, this is, I get what you're saying,
So
okay.
This is just deciding what the trigger point
Or the
is.
pi- because the pilot was
has
it.
no tying to having a CBA committee or not. It's just deciding on what triggers it.
So we are saying, because we don't actually have an ordinance in place, so we can just decide that the trigger is gonna be the purchase. And so this actually doesn't even matter right now because the pilot is not going to trigger that based on
You
what we're
just-
deciding, if
You
we
can
decide
just
that.
change this, now therefore be it resolved, or just make a motion to replace this saying that the CBO committee will be triggered upon a purchase agreement.
All right, can somebody do that? If we want that.
Upon a purchase, because the purchase agreement is coming later.
Wait.
So there is. Sorry, go ahead, Michael. There's a purchase agreement in place that's been
Yeah.
allowed for due diligence over this period of time. And so, but the property hasn't actually been sold because it's allowing for due diligence.
Yeah.
So it's by the sale of the property.
Yes.
Okay, so same thing, just different language, right? Okay.
Sale of the property will trigger the CBO.
but I feel like by the time they say, like, we want that before. So maybe we can go back. Okay, I'm just going to rewind now that we know a little bit more about the timeline. I think that because it also will help us to be accountable to doing the work to change the CBO. So maybe we can go back to, I can't remember whether it was you, I don't know, what somebody had suggested that it be the resolved, or maybe it was you, Christopher, that we say all the things, we'll look at the pilot, and with the expectation that we will go through the CBA process once the CBO has been updated or has been revised and passed.
Mr. Barr.
Christopher, could you tell us what you're looking for here? You're looking for direction from council.
I would like direction from council as
What is the direction that you want, that you're looking for?
for them to tell us whether pilot requests can be heard without convening the CBO. Yes or no?
So, okay, wait, okay.
What would be how it was read?
Read into the record, correct? That's what I thought. The clause, the part that was already read by Councilmember Sweet, actually, we would vote on that. And then we could, as council, put something on the floor that says, boom, the next part about this is what you just said. That whether it's about creating, coming to convening around the CBO or whatever else.
But the way it says now is it says without, it makes it feel like it's without the CBO period, without the CBA, without going through a community benefits
Pilot is
agreement.
without the CBA, not the actual development. Just hearing the pilot.
Pilot, right?
Right.
Considering the pilot.
So we're saying that we will consider the pilot sans the CBA process. That doesn't mean that we are not going to utilize the CBA process. Am I correct or am I wrong? I don't know at this point because I am confused. It just says we will hear this.
This pilot will not trigger that. It's essentially just assigning a trigger point.
Yeah.
Say that won't trigger this.
But we can say what we do want to trigger it because we don't actually have an ordinance right now.
But would that have to be something separate? Because that's the part I don't want to.
We can make a resolution about anything we want as council. Okay. So we can vote on
can do
this,
this,
and then
then
right
do
after that, you can say, I want to say this, and we can vote on that to make sure that it gets done tonight, that we're going to do that. But I would love for us to move on from this, because I'm so confused about some of it at this point now.
But we're smarter.
We are smarter. I learned a lot. But I also thought I knew things that I don't know if I know them for real anymore because we said so many things. So can we vote on this as it was presented and then make another motion? Is council comfortable with that? Does everybody feel like they understand what we're doing?
Are we gonna have to extend the meeting?
We are gonna have to
We are
extend the
going
meeting.
to.
But I would like to vote on this before we do that. Clerk Kalinga, please call the roll on the resolution as presented.
Councilmember Tucson.
Yes.
Councilmember D. Simmons.
Pass, come back to me.
Councilmember J. Simmons.
Yes.
Councilmember King.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen.
Yeah.
Mayor Brown.
Yes.
Councilmember Sweet.
Yes.
Councilmember D. Simmons.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Look, Councilmember D. Simmons, if you want to do that right now, you can
Okay.
put a resolution right now
Thank you, City Council.
saying we want to do it this other way, if you would like to.
Okay.
Or we can wait. It's
Yeah.
up to you.
Okay, so I'd like to, I'd like to make a motion that we, that we put forward that Avalon Housing will go through the community benefits agreement process once the CBO has been revised and passed. Support.
It's been moved and supported. Any discussion on this? I would think not, but
Stranger things have happened.
I know, stranger things have happened, so giving room, space. All right. And Andrew, whenever you are ready, there's honestly no rush at this point. Take your time.
It's 206, 2010 Washington, right?
Oh, you're gonna ask for a friendly?
Yeah, I want the address of the development.
Yes, thank you.
Gotcha. Okay, perfect. Thank you. Do you all agree?
Yes.
All right, perfect.
It was.
Councilmember King. That. Utilize once we have a new CEO process. Is that, yeah, confirmed, yeah.
Okay.
Nope.
So moved council will require Avalon Housing to go through the CBA process for the 206, 210 North Washington development upon renewal and passage of the CBO.
That sounds amazing. Please call the roll.
Councilmember D. Simmons.
Yes.
Councilmember J. Simmons. Yes. Councilmember King.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen.
Yes.
Mayor Brown.
Yes.
Councilmember Sweet.
Yes.
Councilmember Tucson.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Can we have a motion
like
to
to-
extend the meeting?
Yes, I would like to make a motion to extend the meeting to about 11:30.
Yeah, I don't think so.
No.
I don't know. Are these
I second.
optimistic? All right.
11:20.
11:30 is fine.
11:30.
All right. Wonderful. All right. Mayor Pro Tem. I don't even know where I'm at. Mayor Pro Tem, you have the next resolution.
Oh.
Yeah, I know, right? I know. Where are we? I don't know.
Resolution number 2023-032, resolved by the council of the city of Ypsilanti, whereas the city approved the PUD agreement for 220 North Park Street in June 2022, and whereas corrections to the agreement were requested by the developer county and financiers, now therefore be it resolved that the city council of the city of Ypsilanti amend the PUD agreement for 2020 North Park. And I so move.
Moved. Is there support?
Support.
Moved and supported. Good evening, Joe.
Good evening. I'm going to try to wrap up a lot of the next few council agendas as quickly as possible. We have the developer here. I believe we have your attorney on Zoom as well. We also have Katie, who's our new employee for the city, who have all put together some of these items. Essentially, when all of the lawyers, financiers, county came into play, they've requested a lot of really small technical amendments to a lot of our documents. Some to clarify things, some to, I guess, part of agreements based on mortgages that we're going to have. Some of this is to actually approve the mortgage. A lot of things. This one in particular is to amend the PUD agreement to kind of stipulate when, if things are built correctly, the city would take them over as part of this public-private partnership. So does anyone have any questions on the PUD agreement?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right, seeing none. No. Thank you, Joe. Clerk Kalinga, please call the roll.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen.
Yes.
Mayor Brown.
Yes.
Councilmember Sweet.
Yes.
Councilmember Tucson.
Yes.
Councilmember D. Simmons.
Yes.
Councilmember J. Simmons.
Yes.
Councilmember King.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Mayor Pro Tem, you have the next one too.
Resolution 2023-033, resolution to approve the warranty deed for 220 North Park development. It is resolved by the council of the city of Ypsilanti that the certain deed to Renovare Ypsilanti Homes LLC of 13 North Washington Street, Ypsilanti, Michigan 48197, pursuant to land contract for the property of 220 North Park and the warranty deed for Renovare Ypsilanti Homes LLC, copies attached, are approved, and the mayor and city clerk are authorized to sign the deed for and on behalf of the city. And I so move.
Support.
Been moved and supported. Welcome back, Joe.
Oh, Mr. Barr put together this warranty deed. This is allowing us to convert the land contract into a deed, so then it can actually be split and sold to multiple people. Any questions?
Any questions? No. Seeing none.
Mayor Brown.
Yes.
Councilmember Sweet.
Yes.
Councilmember Tucson.
Yes.
Councilmember D. Simmons.
Yes.
Councilmember J. Simmons.
Yes.
Councilmember King.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen.
Yep.
Motion carries unanimously.
All right, Councilmember Jay Simmons, you have our next resolution.
Yes, resolution number 2023-034, resolution to approve deed and mortgage with release clause for closing on 220 North Park development. It is resolved by the Council of the City of Ypsilanti that the certain deed to Renovare Ypsilanti Homes LLC of 13 North Washington Street, Ypsilanti, Michigan 48197, pursuant to the land contract for the property at 220 North Park, and the mortgage with release clause back from Renovare Ypsilanti Homes LLC. Copies attached are approved, and the mayor and city clerk are authorized to sign the deed for and on behalf of the city. I so move.
Moved and supported. Hello again, Joe.
The only thing I have to this is how we ensure the affordability and the homestead requirements are on the properties. And so that's why this mortgage is there. It's not for us to get any money back unless homes aren't built.
Questions? Clerk, please.
Councilmember Sweet,
Yes.
Councilmember Tucson,
Yes.
Councilmember D. Simmons,
Yes.
Councilmember J. Simmons,
Yes.
Councilmember King,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen,
Yes.
Mayor Brown.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Councilmember D. Simmons, you have our next resolution.
All right, resolution number 2023-035, resolved by the Council of the City of Ypsilanti, whereas the City of Ypsilanti approved the development of 220 North Park, and whereas the Community Benefits Agreement has been approved for the development, whereas upon closing the mortgage at 220 North Park Street, partial mortgages signed by the city manager will be held in escrow, whereas upon the completion of the properties, the city will verify the affordability and PRE requirements for each property, whereas an authorized signature will need to be on each mortgage release from escrow. Now therefore be it resolved that the City of Ypsilanti and that the City Council of the City of Ypsilanti approves the city manager to sign and release of the mortgages upon the sale of the units at 220 North Park. I so move.
Been moved and supported. Hello.
So Katie Jones, our new Economic Development and Equity Coordinator, is here to present on this item. I wanted to introduce her to you. Some of you may have met her in previous capacities, but she is here if you have any questions.
Nice to meet you. I met you already, but nice to meet you. Welcome. Questions for Katie? Easy. Thank you. Clerk.
Councilmember Tucson,
Yes.
Councilmember D. Simmons,
Yes.
Councilmember J. Simmons,
Yes.
Councilmember King,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen,
Yes.
Mayor Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Sweet.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Councilmember Tucson, you have our next resolution.
All right, resolution number 2023-036, resolved by the Council of the City of Ypsilanti, whereas the city approved the PUD agreement for 220 North Park Street in June 2022, and whereas the master deed is to be approved by the city, now therefore be it resolved that the City Council of the City of Ypsilanti approved the master deeds for Dorsey Estates 1 and 2 to form with minor edits to be approved by the city attorney, and I so move.
Supported. Hello.
So the only thing I'll add, and it was in the memo, is that some of these still have some bad stock language in it as it pertains to centralized mailboxes and garages. There's no garages, there's no centralized mailboxes. Those are being removed, and that's why those will be approved by council. But these show the affordability requirements as well as the homestead requirements.
Thank you. Questions, comments from council? Nope. Clerk.
Councilmember D. Simmons,
Yes.
Councilmember J. Simmons,
Yes.
Councilmember King,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen,
Yes.
Mayor Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Sweet,
Yes.
Councilmember Tucson.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Wonderful. Councilmember King. Oh, Mr. Barr.
You've now approved most of the documents that'll be necessary for the closing of this deal. There are a number of attorneys involved, several mortgage companies, the county, and I'm sure there will be some technical adjustments that will be coming up. I wonder if you would want to pass a resolution to allow the city manager to approve any technical matters coming up, subject to the approval of the city attorney for the documents.
So moved.
Support.
Wonderful. Discussion? Seeing none. Once the clerk's ready. You were moving fast. Sorry.
Councilmember King,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen,
No. Just kidding. Yes.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
Mayor Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Sweet,
Yes.
Councilmember Tucson,
Yes.
Councilmember D. Simmons,
You get punchy when it gets late.
Yes.
Councilmember J. Simmons.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you, Mr. Barr. Councilmember King, you have our next resolution.
Resolution number 2023-037, resolved by the Council of the City of Ypsilanti, whereas the City of Ypsilanti has an interest in developing the 220 North Park Street development, and whereas the city has been working over the past year with Renovare, Ypsilanti Homes, LLC, Magnet Lending Corporation, Michigan Community Capital, the City of Ypsilanti, Washtenaw County Brownfield Redevelopment Authority, and Ann Arbor Community Foundation to come to an agreement on this partnership. And whereas the city will be part of this agreement based on the mortgage, the city is applying to the property as a CBA and will have no financial impact on the city finances. Now, therefore, it be resolved that the City Council of the City of Ypsilanti approve the construction, monitoring, and disbursement agreement with Renovare Ypsilanti Homes, LLC, Magnet Lending Corporation, Michigan Community Capital, the City of Ypsilanti, Washtenaw County Brownfield Redevelopment Authority, and Ann Arbor Community Foundation, with small changes to be approved by the city manager and city attorney. I so move.
Moved. Supported. Clerk, I feel like we're okay. We okay?
Joe's like, but I
Uh,
want to talk. I want to talk.
Oh, do you want to talk?
Any, many, money, money.
Yeah, whoever. Joe.
So this is the most complex of the documents that has been proposed today, and it's basically spelling out how reimbursements to the builders basically happen. It's a very complex document, and it essentially says that the city, because we have a mortgage, we have to be part of it, but none of our money will go in, none of our money will come out.
Interesting. All right.
None of our money will go. Okay.
And then our money will come out.
For a 40-page document, that's kind of.
That's what it says. 40 pages. Wonderful.
I was like, I didn't know that's what it said. Thank you.
You sent me that in an email.
What I said to I think somebody about this is lawyers be lawyering, and they all needed a lot of little amendments. So
Legalese. All right. If there's nothing further, look, you can call the roll.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen,
Yes.
Mayor Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Sweet,
Yes.
Councilmember Tucson,
Yes.
Councilmember D. Simmons,
Yes.
Councilmember J. Simmons,
Yes.
Councilmember King.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
2 more resolutions, y'all. Councilmember King, you have our next resolution.
Resolution number 2023-038, it is resolved by the Council of the City of Ypsilanti that whereas Black History Month is an annual celebration of achievements by African Americans and a time for recognizing their central role in U.S. history, and whereas the story of Black History Month begins in 1915, half a century after the 13th Amendment abolishing slavery in the United States was enacted, and whereas in September of 1915, the Harvard-trained historian Carter G. Woodson and the prominent Jesse E. Moreland founded the Association for the Study of Negro Life and History, ASNLH, an organization dedicated to researching and promoting achievement by Black Americans and people of African descent. And whereas the ASNLH became the Association for a Study of African American Life and sponsored a National Negro History Week in 1926, choosing the second week of February to coincide with the birthdays of Abraham Lincoln and Frederick Douglass. And whereas President Gerald Ford officially recognized Black History Month in 1976, calling upon the public to seize the opportunity to honor the too often neglected accomplishments of Black history. Whereas Black history is a time to honor the contributions and legacy of African Americans across U.S. history and society, from activists and civil rights pioneers to leaders in the industry, politics, science, and culture. Now, therefore, it is hereby resolved by the Ypsilanti City Council that the month of February will be recognized as Black History Month, and further council City Council directs the city clerk to purchase a flag to represent Black History Month and in the Februarys into the future. I so move.
Moved and supported. Discussion. Councilmember Tucson.
I'd like to make an amendment to the last paragraph. So we already have the Black Lives Matter flag and also the Juneteenth flag. So would you agree with like using one of those flags as the flag for Black History Month that we use, or would we like try and outsource and find another one?
I would say the BLM flag, because we will bring forth something for Juneteenth where that flag will go up in June, if that is agreeable.
I did see a flag. It's the Pan American flag, I believe is the name of it. And it's just, I believe, red, black, and green.
Gotcha.
So I was thinking maybe that, or it is another flag that just says Black History Month, but I'm for the Pan one.
I was just really excited.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry, the duration, we have, in the past, when we've flown flags, we have a duration. Does it say for the?
So it was during the month of Black History
All
Month.
right, I think I misheard. Yeah, so, no, that's fine.
So being that it's the 21st and purchasing the flag, that would take time.
This is going to have to be approved as every other flag is each year.
Each
So
year.
this, I'll just purchase it and then they'll bring forth a resolution at the last meeting in
January. Perfect. Okay, thank you.
Right, so something will be in place
So we'll
going
have it.
forward because, again, I assumed something was already in place.
Yeah, it gets approved every year because we have a flag. We did a flag thing some years ago, so you have to reapprove it every time.
Okay.
Okay, is there any further discussion? Seeing none, clerk, please call the roll.
Mayor Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Sweet,
Yes.
Councilmember Tucson,
Yes.
Councilmember D. Simmons,
Oh, yes.
Councilmember J. Simmons,
Yes.
Councilmember King,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. Councilmember Simmons, Jay Simmons, you have our next and final resolution.
Yep, this is the item that was pulled out of the consent agenda. This is resolution number 2023-026. Resolution to extend the Washtenaw County dispatch contract to June 30th of 2024. It is resolved by the Council of the City of Ypsilanti that the dispatch contract with Washtenaw County be extended to June 30th, 2024 on the same terms and conditions. The mayor and city clerk are authorized to sign the extension agreement subject to the approval of the city attorney, and I so move.
So moved and
Support.
supported. All right, discussion. I know Councilmember D. Simmons, you want this pulled off? Good.
Yes, thank you. So I just mainly had a couple of questions, although one of them I might have solved. In the resolution, it says the same terms and conditions. And I was like, well, what is that referring back to? Because they're talking about this as an increase. But I guess this increase happened last year, so maybe that's the same terms and conditions. So that was one question I had. The other one is just as we're talking about these dispatch numbers, so this 9% increase each year over 5 years, which will then go up after that. I'm just trying to get a sense of whether these increases are proportional at all for all the folks that use the dispatch by size and number, or like usage at all, and what happens if we, as a municipality, wind up having fewer things dispatched through there, and then also how we could get some actual numbers and data in terms of, what is being dispatched here, what kind of calls, how they're rated, as I looked at this and some other work that we were looking at the county, one of the things that was difficult is actually understanding, what's coming through that dispatch, even because the majority of the county comes through there. And we were looking at, for instance, in Pittsfield Township, they have the data, they have the dashboard and they use a prioritization so you get a sense, okay, this many calls came in at level 0, which was most urgent, and this many calls came in at 3, and we actually have to get some understanding of what is happening and how those calls are being routed. And so I'd love for us to be able to get that information.
Chief Lucas, good evening, good night.
Hello, yes, good evening. As far as what Pittsfield does, I'm not familiar with their process. So I really can't speak to that. They are on central dispatch, so whatever information is available to them, I would assume would be available to us. But that would be something that we would need to reach out to Pittsfield and determine how they set that up with the county. The other question you asked is about the increase and about it being the same as before. So that is because last year was the first year of this increase, and that they can plan on this continuing for the next 5 years. So, I mean, this initial dispatch step was taken in the early 2000s as a cost saving measure. I want to say like 2005, and then slowly throughout the county, more and more agencies have just gone to central dispatch. Pittsfield being the most recent. I mean, I think the information you're looking for is available. It's just obviously not something that I have for you tonight.
Yeah, and I understand. I think one of my questions, so I think Pittsfield probably does something additional, and it's mainly, like I said, it's mainly the rate, so you can have a better sense of what the calls are coming in. But I'm looking for whether this is something we can have the county do, as we are continually paying more for their services. Like, it would probably be much easier for them to say, oh yeah, we know we dispatched to Ypsilanti, here's how many calls, and here's the categories that I don't even know what the categories are, how they use. I will say, like, it's been hard actually getting information at the county level for that when I've been in these different research places where we've been asking. So for me, I would think that we would try to put something forward to actually get that information, because just lay citizens can't get it. I will say, as a person who has been trying.
And, on that, I would say as a body, you certainly could request that from them. I don't obviously know what their response is going to be, but one would assume that coming from a decision-making body, it would hold more weight than, if someone was to just request it off the street or file a FOIA request or whatever route someone chose to go.
Further questions or discussion on this? Seeing none, thank you, Chief Lucas. You can call the roll.
Councilmember Sweet,
Yes.
Mayor Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember D. Simmons,
Sure, yes.
Councilmember J. Simmons,
Yes.
Councilmember King,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen,
Yes.
Councilmember Tucson.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you all so much. Under our boards and commission nominations, I want to make sure I understand this. So
Yes.
Gail's appointment already expired, right? So we could vote on this right now tonight, please. Could somebody move to reappoint Gail Wolkoff? Suspend the rules, sorry. Suspend the rules.
I move to suspend the rules and vote to reappoint Gail Wolkoff tonight.
Is there a second?
I support.
All right. Any discussion on that?
I have one quick question, which is that since I've been on council, for every appointment request, we have suspended the rules. Everyone. So,
We actually haven't.
oh, is there one that we haven't?
Yeah, there was a list of folks a couple meetings ago that were like new appointments.
Oh, okay.
But
Well, it's felt like everyone.
Yeah, I get what you're
So
saying.
my question is, what are these rules? Why do we keep suspending them? Can we just change them?
So the rules are that normally
Is this from our charter?
the
Yeah.
nominations are presented and then they are voted on at the following meeting after the next meeting. I don't know. So
Approved at the organizational meeting.
oh no, that's not what I was gonna say. The reason they're presented this way so that we have an opportunity to also like make contact with those individuals, like, do any homework that we need to do before you have to vote. But some of these are time sensitive based on like quorum issues, like folks who are currently in the work. And I think that's why a lot of things have been a lot of reappointments have been suspended to make sure that we can keep moving with the work. So I don't know, at the organizational meeting, we approved the rules. I mean, council can do whatever we want really about how we want to do that. Mr. Barr?
Originally, when the appointment was made, they voted on it at that same meeting. But occasionally, council didn't know the person who was nominated, so they wanted some time to think about it, and that's how the rule went. So they had one meeting to think about it. But you can suspend the rule and do it all at once. But that was usually when there was a new nomination. It wasn't known to the council. That's the reason for it.
And also what's different, a few years ago, all of council can now make nominations where it was only the mayor. And so more than likely, I would assume, I guess we could change it at the next organizational meeting because you would, if you nominate someone, I would assume you were doing your homework already before you do that. So for new appointments. So that could be something that we could bring back.
So that would be something we'd have to wait until next year to do, or is that something that we can change that now? Because I feel like that will help make it easier and smoother, and which we need to do. All of our commissions need more support, So anyway, that's just like the only thing I was just thinking about is like, can we just change that so we don't have to suspend the rules each
We
time?
don't have to wait on anything. We make the rules. So we could change, we could, for these things, not all.
Well,
of them.
obviously, I'll wait until we go through this motion, and then maybe I'll just make that. Okay.
Further discussion. Clerk, please call the roll.
And just so council's aware, this would require unanimous consent to approve.
Thank you.
You would have to vote.
Minus me.
No, you have to
state
vote.
your conflict.
Yep, you state your conflict and then you have to vote because it requires unanimous consent.
Okay.
Councilmember Tucson,
Yes.
Councilmember D. Simmons,
Yes.
Councilmember J. Simmons,
Yes.
Councilmember King,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen,
I should state that Gail Walkoff is my wife of 28 years, and I vote yes.
Mayor Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Sweet.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
All right. I'm gonna give a friendly pause to see if there's anything else folks want to put on the table.
Yes, thank you. I would like to make a motion that we change our organizational rule to vote on commission appointments when they are presented to us on our agenda.
And I support.
All right. Any discussion on that?
Oh, you don't support?
I do support.
Oh, I'm sorry, you do.
Oh my,
There's
it's
no-
getting delirious. It's
there's no-
delirious. It's fine. I just want to make sure that the language is good.
Good.
Okay, perfect. And when you're ready, we are ready.
Councilmember D. Simmons,
Yes.
Councilmember J. Simmons,
Yes.
Councilmember King,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen,
Yeah.
Mayor Brown,
Yep.
Councilmember Sweet,
Yes.
Councilmember Tucson.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you all. All right. Board and commission liaison reports. Police Advisory Commission.
We just reappointed Ms. Gail Walkoff, and we'll be meeting on Thursday.
Wonderful. HRC.
No update.
Right. Oh, we got to fix this. Arts Commission.
Had a goal setting conversation at their last meeting and is working on some things for 2023.
Parks and Rec.
Also had their first, they had their first actual meeting this month for the year. Also working on goal setting and setting dates and logistics for their Fall River Day event in September.
Awesome. Sustainability.
Did not have quorum to meet, still doing things for Earth Day, and still meeting to work on some grant funding.
Thank you so much. HDC. Planning.
Planning Commission met last week. I don't have my notes up, so I will abbreviate this, but one thing that came before them was we had had a joint meeting with the Planning Commission regarding the fate of the permitting for adult use cannabis. At that meeting, we had asked for a zoning solution to the number of permits that would be allowed. And so Christopher brought a proposal forward to them. There's a lot of discussion as to what their role was in that, and had gone forward with that. And so that may be coming forward to us, but basically, yeah, I'll wait until that comes up because it was a confusing conversation going on. So
Thank you. ZBA. Nothing to report. All right. SEMCOG.
nothing to update. They have a executive committee meeting this Friday, but I'm not going to be able to go to that.
All right. Watts.
We just had a meeting last week, and honestly, I'm so tired, I don't remember what we talked about, so I'll review my notes and bring it back next meeting.
Thank you. Yeah. Urban County, did we already meet this month? Y'all, I can't even remember right now. I believe we already met for February, and in the first meeting, I gave the updates on the program information around the air conditioners and all that good, fancy, good stuff. DDA, I was unable to attend that meeting on last Thursday. So I will send out information if there's things for folks to know. Rutherford Pool.
Have not met since the last time I gave an update.
All right, thank you. And Bicentennial.
Working on logistics with supplies and such for summer events with Katie, who's been amazing as a staff liaison to that group.
Thank you, Katie. All right, council proposed business. Councilmember King, we'll start with you.
I really don't have anything. Just continue to celebrate Black History Month. Happy Black History Month.
Amen. Councilmember D. Simmons.
I'll keep it short, y'all, of course. One of the things I have is actually a question for city manager, which I know you had sent out a request for questions for the police chief. I just wanted to see what is our due date for that?
So if you can get them to me by Friday, next Friday, because I'm meeting on Monday with MML.
Wait, this Friday or next Friday?
Next Friday.
Okay. And then the old, I mean, well, I don't know. The only other, I don't know how to say. The only other thing I'm sorry, I'm like, I don't want to say anything because it's so late. Which again, this might be a question. You know what? Don't worry about it. I'll come back later.
All right. Mayor Pro Tem.
Nothing.
Councilmember Sweet.
The city is winning an award.
Ooh. Okay.
Not as want to make sure everyone knows the Parks and Rec Commission submitted a nomination for, it's called a Park Design Award, to the Michigan Recreation and Park Association it's a joint with the recipient as the city and the Ipsy Arbor Little League for the Bill Enhut Memorial Field and Waterworks Park that was developed last year. So that will be presented in Lansing at statewide conference on March 8th. The Little League has been, or will be asked to send a representative to that. I will be in attendance wearing my other hat professionally. So if they're not there, I'll be able to bring back the award. And then information on it will also be included in the March city newsletter as well, too.
Thank you. Councilmember J. Simmons. Councilmember Tucson.
I'd just like to thank all the citizens of the city of Ypsilanti for being such great people. That's it.
Oh, that's sweet. Aren't you the best? All right, communications from me. Couple things. I'm gonna be talking with Bonnie about a few things I just want council to know around signage, and who has ownership over signage entering Ypsilanti off of exit 183, because I just feel like it needs to look better. We need to do more, and I just want to talk about what that would look like. Also, the new bike lane dedicated lanes on Hamilton Huron, people are driving down them, so those poles are not doing what they're supposed to do, and I don't know what we can do about that because it's dangerous, because folks are trying to make right turns in 2 lanes now because they are competing. And I almost saw a few accidents happen over the past few days. And then lastly, just letting folks know, I went to Washington DC. I was invited to represent the city at the White House last week. It was amazing. We got to talk about Ypsilanti. Folks don't know how to say it. We're working on it. But there was a lot of really great energy around like hearing good things about Ipsy, and I'm always elated to hear that folks know about us when I'm like, well, we're neighbors Santa Ana. Like, well, we know where you are. And I'm like, oh, well, that's wonderful. So very exciting, and Ipsy is known in our nation's capital by our leaders, and that means we're doing good work. So just wanted to share that. And I'll just be done there. City manager.
That is great. I just wanted to let you know that our credit rating has been upgraded. We are now rated as A1 from A2.
Okay.
Whoop, whoop.
Something else to be proud of.
Congratulations.
Congrats, yes.
Yeah, thank you to Reagan as well and his staff. The other thing I just wanted to say was to get your questions in if you have any. And I will let you know what the outcome is from my meeting with Joyce Parker on Monday. I am contacting people to be on the interviewing committee, the selection committee.
Are representatives from EMU, someone from EMU going to be on that?
Yes, they are on the list.
Thank you. Communications. We have a special meeting next Monday at 6 o'clock. Be there, be square.
Is that Monday? Is that Monday?
No, it's next Tuesday.
Oh, okay.
At 6 p.m., we're going to be hearing the appeals. And then we will have Water Street work session on March 7th at 6 p.m. All right, this is our second opportunity for public comment. Mr. Tucson, feel free.
Wardrobe change.
When I get to the microphone, I want everyone to understand, if I'm your friend before I get to this microphone, and I'm not your friend after I leave this microphone, I wasn't your friend in the first place. Y'all write that down so you don't forget it. Now, Eucharist told you guys the absolute truth about this dispatch situation. Since we lost our dispatch, Ypsilanti used to have its own dispatch. Since we lost our dispatch here in the city of Ypsilanti, we are limited to information that you receive. So he told you the absolute truth. Now, back in the day, audience participation only consists of 5 minutes. We had 5 minutes to speak. But because of the overcrowding of people, it extended council meetings too long. And we even had to take breaks. Mr. Barr was here. We even had to take breaks. And then what they did, they came up with a resolution to cut it down to 3 minutes. And that helped council get home early. It kept the people from getting bored, the whole 9 yards. So I'm asking council, can you guys put in any kind of a form that council folks can hush their mouth? Listen to me, because a lot of things that's being said, it could be written on a piece of paper and passed around to you guys, and you guys will still get it. All it does is frustrate people, cause council to stay up to 11:25, make people go to sleep when they watching it on the TV. So you guys should come up with something that cause, you know what? What's good for the goose is good for the gander. And that's just bottom line. Now, the last thing that I want to say, I always try to talk from a biblical perspective. I'm glad this thing is behind us as it pertains to this thing with the city manager and Bro Wilcoxon. The Bible says, to us that believe, if you have an ought against your brother, you go to your brother and you go to your brother alone. And then if you can't resolve it with you and your brother, then you grab another one and you take them with you. And then if it doesn't be dissolved, then you bring it before council or you bring it before the congregation. So in the future, let's try to do everything from the biblical perspective of those that believe in the Bible, because you know what? Everything that's surrounding us, it comes right from the book.
Thank you. You're right.
You're
on time.
very welcome, my sister,
Uh-huh.
my baby.
Any other folks in the audience want to talk to council? Amanda, please. Oh, wait. I'm sorry. What, Clark? You're good. Okay.
Amen.
Thank you. Anybody else? We got one. Anybody on Zoom?
Yes, there is someone with their hand raised on Zoom. Tyrone Bridges, I'll allow them to speak now.
All right. Good evening, Mr. Bridges.
Mr. Bridges, you'll have 3 minutes to address council.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
All righty. I want to thank y'all tonight and welcome to the 2023 broadcast of my show. I'm recording this on the behalf of I Thought You Knew. I have made a request to the City Council on the behalf of former City Council member Al Robinson, who has passed away a couple days ago. I am very close friends with Al Robinson's family, and I made that plea to Mayor Brown, Councilmember Tucson, also Michelle King, Councilmember Michelle King, and also City Manager Francis McMillan. If you don't know Al Robinson, research his history, council people. Research his history. Because of some of the disputes on council right now could go behind closed doors and come back perfect harmony. I had the honor of videotaping the city of the Ypsilanti Township trustees meeting tonight. I videotaped 35 minutes for our show and very succinct 35-minute meeting, literally 45-minute tops, quickly. Everybody was able to come, participate, talk, leave, handshake, and gone home. Mayor, council, I beg you guys, John Barr, I appreciate you for being here for so many years. Would you guys please work these meetings out and compact them down so everybody can participate within a timely manner so we can all go home and take care of our families. I think the time has changed and really, we need to create a better dialogue and a quicker segment on our city council. All I'm saying, thank you. And I appreciate Mayor Brown for replying to the proclamation request. And I pray that every council member, white and black, John Barr, you too, come to Al Robinson's funeral service at Second Baptist Church on Tuesday, the 28th. He was a trailblazer, and it'd be a sad shame if you don't show your face.
Thank you so much. And I know that our time is up, but I just want to say two quick things. One being, I said it in the email, but I want to reiterate again that on behalf of council, we do send our condolences to our previous council member Robinson. And two, just a quick note that the township's board their meetings are set up differently than ours. They have working sessions and then they have a meeting. And so that is probably why it seems like it goes so fast. But anywho, we could talk about that at a later date. This meeting is adjourned.